Here we are, back again. Welcome back to the Cafe, guys. We are here again today. Sorry, guys, no morning show. I had my grandbaby all night and this morning, so plus I was working on this today, so I was saving up for it, guys. It's going to be a big one, just like the last ones. We're heading on back to Idaho, guys. There's some new stuff that's dropped on top of the stuff we were talking about already, and plenty more to talk about. So, Mama Bear and I are going to be bringing that to you today. I hope you're ready for it. Please share this out. Hit the like button and make sure that you jump on over to Mama Bear's. Link is pinned in the chat. Hit the like button, share it out, and subscribe for her as well, guys. I appreciate that so very much. You know what the next thing is I'm going to say, so let's just do it. Hello, and welcome back.
Hello.
Well, hello, Mama Burr.
Brr.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm just doing great. Yeah, don't ask me what's wrong with me. I haven't even had that much coffee. I'm just goofy. It's like 70 degrees outside, super sunny, and it's actually warm in here because of it. It's gross. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you guys are. I hope it's good for you. It's great to be here with you. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm such a cornball. It's great to know that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Great to see you guys. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. Hope you're all having a great day. Had a great night. Wonderful to be here. Okay. Have a great one, guys. We'll see you soon. Bye bye. Just kidding. Damn it. Nobody reacted. You were supposed to say, what? Because you
Oh,
know I'm.
sorry. I was talking to people in my chat.
Oh, excuse me.
So what did she say?
Not a damn thing. Nothing. I got
Okay.
a thumb sticking out of my forehead. And yeah, anyway.
Oh, okay.
Come on in, y'all. 44 peeps in the house. 27 likes, you guys. Rock and roll. I appreciate that. It is, Eddie. Wow. He picked it. I was like, is that a Cockney accent? 100%. That was good, dude. That was very good.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, there's the nice, sweet voice. There you go. I don't know if it's fake or not, but you know. Oh,
Mhm.
excuse me. So, how is everybody today? Thank you guys so much for being here. We appreciate you guys much. Again, guys, we're heading back to Idaho. There's more new stuff, more things being talked about, more things being put out. There was a 911 call that was released, a piece of one that has now been retracted. And my understanding, based on some of these amazing blue crewers, that it might have been an AI created call that was false, which is really sad if that's true.
Yeah.
So we're not going to be relying on that, I guess you could say, as being real. We do have the transcripts from it, which is just as good, other than the fact that you can't hear. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That is what it is, and that it is too. It's really a shame that somebody would do something like that. And in a case like this is not a joke. You know, this is a very sad, horrible horrifying situation. Quadruple murder is no joke, and there's families out here that are out here seeing all these things go down that people are doing, and it's like, no, we don't do that, guys. We're adults, remember? So it is what it is. Let's see who we got in here. Bear, real quick. It looks like Victorine is in the house. Miss Lacey, welcome back. Of course, the lovely Leslie and Mr. Billy. Thank you for being here. Miss Cassie, the sassy one in the house. One maiden nut, Eddie. Welcome back, my friend. You notice how I say that slow now, right? Yeah, I don't say his name fast anymore. Crime Mobsters, Mr. Steven, welcome back to you. Swamp Rose in the house today. Good to see you, Rose. Thank you for joining us today. Miss Your Girl, welcome back and welcome home. Good to see you, dear. The Seahawks fan, Miss Tandy's in the house. Welcome back. The Mountain Man, welcome back, brother, from North Carolina. Good to see you guys. If you're welcome, if you would, because I enjoy seeing it. To let us know where you're tuning in from. I love seeing that. So if you feel up to it, you're comfortable with it, go ahead and throw it out there. If not, no worries, guys. Let's see, Miss Your Girl, Alicia J. Good to see you, darling. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate you. Justin for Maddie Kaylee, Dan Easton's in the house. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Stormy, welcome. Keep your storms away from me today. I heard we were supposed to get some storms here, and I don't want them. CLK, Miss Kim's in the house, guys. Check out Miss Kim's channel with CLK Creations, if you would, please and thank you. Appreciate that very much. We'll drop a link here for that for those that don't have it. If you haven't done it, please check it out. Subscribe. Hit the like button. She does some really cool things over there. Stevie Irwin, what's happening, brother? Good to see you today. Good to have you here. I hope you're having a great day, bro. Appreciate you joining us. Miss Paula, wonderful to see you today. Always a pleasure. Brady B, the OG. I am not muted, although some people wish I was, I'm sure. Come on in and sit down. Wait a minute. Mikey, there he is. Mikey. Good to see you, brother. In the last 24. Miss Holly, I'll take one of them pizzas. Bring it on. Good to see you, Miss Holly. Miss Cassie says, hello, everyone. As always. Thank you, Miss Stormy, for that. Hey, Mr. Mountain Man. Good to see you, sir. And again, guys, Lisa Wilson, welcome back to you. Don't forget to jump over to Mama Bears. Hit the like button. You can even hang out there if you want. It doesn't matter. We're all here together. It's all good. Doritos. Paula's eating Doritos. I'm jealous. Dag, there it is. I get to say it. I'm excited. Dag burn, Johnny Gobble's dead floozy mother. Love it. I love it. I love saying it. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Thank you for being here. There's some of these names that come in here. I love that one. Meki. What the hell's the other one I love saying all the time? Phantasmic. Ether. I love saying her name. Of course, with my sound box, it's different, but Stormy's getting wings. You guys are killing me with this food thing already. Ugh. Well, I think I got everybody. I think I did. We're missing, who are we missing? Tomboy's not here. Miss Sherry's not here yet. Please hit the like button, guys, if you will. Share it out as well, please and thank you. Karen E, welcome. Good to see you. Virginia, good to see you, brother. Angel of Darkness. She remembers that. That's great. What up, dog? Come on in. Mind of Monsters in the house. Good to see you, Mom. Thank you for joining us. Is Tomboy in here, or did I miss her? Leah Story, welcome. Good to see you. Got it coming from Georgia. In Stitches in the house. Good to see you again. Critical, there's Critical Minds. I was wondering where you were. Good to see you. Hi, Victorine. Good to see you. Phony baloney, Eddie said.
Oh.
It's baloney. Phony baloney.
Tomboy's cussing you.
Is she really? Mm-hmm. Excuse me? What the actual F? Oh, there she is. Well, you didn't show up. Good Lord. She's so mean to me. So mean to me. And it's girls, girls, girls. Welcome back. Good to see you. Wing wang. Wing wang. The hell, Mikey? Wing wang. Definitely feel like I'm getting wang today. Oh Lord, bro. Wing wang wang. Yes. Candy girl. Good to see you. It's been a while. We got 65 peeps in the house and 34 likes. Let's see if we can make that match just a little bit better. Just a little. Was it Gray that put it up, Mom? See, I didn't know that. And Gray wouldn't do that. He would never do something like that. So it must have been some form of mistake. And I don't even think Daniel would do that either. I can't imagine. Say hello on this channel. I have one on my iPhone and another streaming. Well, shoot. Okay, then. You're a busy, busy lady. There's the tomboy. My ass was here before you were here. So, well, to you too. I'm just teasing. You know I love you. Candy girl. Oh, that was rough. Sorry, Candy. You deserve better than that. One of these days I'll get it right. I sang to you. Oh my world. Now it's in my head. Thanks. 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 Mom said, yeah, Gray put it out. So I don't think it was AI. He does not farm for, yeah, no. I agree with you, Mom. And he would never disrespect the victims in that sense. So wherever they took it down, and I think that News Nation took it down too. They had it up and they took it down. So I don't know. I don't know what happened there. You're welcome. You're very welcome. Oh no, Rose. I will not sing. You might catch it if you join one of our like music shows one night. You might catch me singing there, but Mountain Man says he admitted to making an AI version, though, is what I'm saying. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, then. But would he put that out though? You think? I don't know.
Boy.
Katie already. Hello. I don't know. I don't know. I've been told it was taken down because it's not real. So that's what I don't understand. News Nation took it down not before I got I figured it was much critical. I'm sure most people did get it.
Welcome back, Alicia.
Yes, welcome back, dear. Wonderful to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Welcome back to the Potto sauce. Another meatball, guys. Just another meatball in the wall, in the sauce. I don't know what I just said. Sorry about that. Daniel has it and Hughes. The court replied that the 911 has not been released. That's where I thought that came from, Mr. Girl. That's why I didn't know. It probably hasn't been officially released. Let me put it that way. Somebody may have had it that is close to the case, possibly, and got it out that way. Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Kate. I think it's a reconstruction taken from, and see, that's something else too. If they took that's probably what Gray did. Okay, he took the actual transcripts and then recreated it with AI. So, and it's as long as you state that that's what it is, you're not doing anything wrong. Okay, you're recreated something based on documentation, in my opinion. Now, if you come out and claim that this is the official 911 call from the case, there's a problem with that, in my opinion. Well, okay then, Tomboy. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of his. You guys know that. I just can't imagine him doing doing something that ballsy, I guess, for lack of better terms. That's all I was saying. And he has the actual call. Okay. See, there's so many. That's what happens out here. There's so many different things going around. I don't know any of this for a fact. All I know is what I've been told and heard. And thanks, Mom. Have a good one and be safe out there. The Michigan girl says it's not the actual 911 call. The court has stated the actual call has not been released. Okay. Well, he's a little closer to certain people within the case, so maybe he has. I don't know. I don't know. Either way. Hey, Greg, good to see you, my friend. What was the name of the News Nation reporter who spread falsehoods from an anonymous source? BK, has anyone else been arrested? That was Brian. Was it Brian or was it Ashley that did that in the very beginning? He used AI to read it, but he played, I think, what was supposed to be the 30 seconds. I will believe it when the court releases it. Yeah, I understand. Let's see. That we're going to talk about that too, Candy, because there's some things that have been put out that I'm a little unnerved by. I mean, there was a Facebook group that's out there that put out some opposing information as to the truth. Okay, and we're going to talk about that too. Basically, stating that Brian Koberger cannot, or let me make sure I'm saying this right, so I don't mess it up. Brian cannot be excluded from that new DNA that they're talking about. But in all reality, the truth is that he has been completely excluded from it. And there's somebody that's putting out via an official Facebook group, that's the opposite of that. And that's not good because that's not true. It's misinformation. Okay. Jules ran that this morning. I watched her and she was talking about that and showed the proof. It said there in writing from Facebook. So let me see here. Come on in, guy. I'm just trying to wait a few minutes to get everybody in here that's coming in so that once we get started, we don't have to go backwards. That's all. So come on in, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button, share it out if you will, and let everybody know what we's doing today. Appreciate y'all so very much. And of course, there's been documents dropped, new stuff to talk about, to go over. Where's Willie at? I'm surprised he's not here. Somebody go get Willie and say, bring your ass in here. There goes calling for you. I want some wings too, Cass. I'm telling you. Sounds really good. Teriyaki, garlic parm. Oh, thank you, Miss Stormy. I appreciate you, dear. Very much. Oh, yes, ma'am, Mama Bear. Absolutely. Yes. There we go. Summon the Willard. Summon the Willard. It's like summon the Kraken, you know? Yes, you can, Miss Leslie. Thank you. Aurora, wait a minute. Good afternoon to you. I was reading it back, guys. Good afternoon to you, too. Thank you for joining us. I do that all the time.
It says goof.
It does. That's why I said, but welcome, Donald D. Good to see you. Miss Cat K's in the house. Welcome. Come on in, everybody. Yeah, I don't understand. And the person that made that post, guys, in that Facebook group is listed as a group expert. 1, 2, it's a family member. And that's kind of uncomfortable for me. They shouldn't be doing that kind of stuff. They have the rights to do whatever they want, in my opinion, with this case, but like it's not healthy for the case. It's not good for them, in my opinion. That's all. If someone does have it and it wasn't released from Hitler, that's probably a good point there, Cap. Or I'm sorry, Cap. Jesus. Mountain Man. Sorry, brother. Sorry.
Get him, Cass.
Miss Kelly Coker in the house. Good to see you. Been a minute. What are you talking about, Cassie? You do the same thing. You do the same thing. Paul, you're the pot.
She vapes.
Oh,
She doesn't smoke cigarettes. It's a difference.
yes, she does. Ask her. She does both. Yes, Miss Kate. You do both. Tell me you don't smoke. You have. When's the last time you smoked a cigarette, Cassie? Be honest. Wait, where's your mom? Is she in here? I didn't see her yet. She
She
had to-
went to get the kiddo.
That's right.
She may not be back yet.
I'm not smoking, Virginia. She's lying to you. I'm not. She's lying. She's making things up here.
She hasn't smoked a cig in 6 years.
Welcome, Justice Jane. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you guys. We have 73 peeps, 40 likes. We're getting there. You guys are awesome. All right, guys, we're going to get rolling here shortly. Just a minute. Again, I hope everybody's doing great today. I hope you're all here for it. I smoked one 10 minutes ago. I don't blame you. See? The audacity.
I did, Tandy. That was so cute.
What?
She sent a sign and she tagged me in Discord.
Oh,
It was so cute. It said, hold on, let me grab it so I can make sure I say it right. It's the dog says it's time. Oh, time to walk the human, and it's a paw print.
oh, that's cute.
It's cute. And he does. He definitely takes me for a walk.
Oh, he does too. And he's not even really that. I don't think he's full grown yet.
He's full grown.
Is he?
Yeah.
Yes. Congrats to you, bro. For real. Geek bars. See, I don't know how you guys do that stuff. It makes me cough my brains out. Last time for me. Good for you. Hell yeah, Tomboy. That's awesome. Now, if you guys could just get me to quit, right? I wish I could. I want to so bad, but there's always so much stuff that makes me want one. Always. I have no patience. My anxiety's insane. And every time I feel like, you know what? I'm going to do it. Something happens. Star B B B B B B B B B B. There she is. I'm here. The banana taffy freeze. See, that's a whole lot of something for something you're inhaling that scares me. Like, fogger. That don't sound good either. You guys are crazy. I just have issues working in as a first responder and seeing different things and this and that. Plus, my doctor scared the shit out of me. I can't do it anyway because of my my lungs are a mess. I had smoke inhalation twice when I was a firefighter, and it just tears you out bad. Plus, I have asthma, even though I'm a smoker. I know I'm stupid. But I take one hit off them things and I'm dying. Like you'd think I was smoking the devil's lettuce or something. It's crazy. I save on eating sweet. Well, hey, if you can get two birds with one stone, I guess, Alicia, that makes sense. And remember all the rabbit holes that web sleuths fell down during BK's traffic stops 2 times. Vegan, Thai food, active shooter, a combo. Oh, yeah. Yep. I do, Mr. Greg. I do. There's Captain Jenks. Welcome, brother. Good to see you today, sir. Thank you for joining us. He's a mutt, but oh, you're talking about the dog. Yes. I thought you were talking about me for a minute. Like, wait a minute now. I'm not 25% American Pit or Bully, but okay.
Bully, maybe.
Happy Friday to you. Thank you, Leslie. And tomorrow, Saturday, guys, I will be back doing my normal morning show. And then tomorrow night, it is Creepy Unexplained and Scary Saturday night. We will be in there doing that. For those of you that like that stuff, we had a great turnout last Saturday, and I appreciated it, and it was a lot of fun. So hope to see you there for that. This weekend, we are getting into hauntings. I'm gonna surprise you with which one, because I have a bunch that I'm thinking about, but there's some real life hauntings. So yes, welcome home, Alicia. It's wonderful to have you back, sweetie. Appreciate you very much. Let's see. I think I missed. Did I get anybody I didn't see by chance? Because there's people that are popping in and sliding out of here. Anybody I didn't see, I will catch up with you. I promise you. Yes, ma'am. You know. Um, today's Pie Day. Whoa. I'll take a piece of coconut cream, a piece of egg custard, and a piece of pecan. Mhm. I'm not gonna eat them all at once, guys. I'm not a well, yeah, I am kind of fat, but you know. What's your favorite pie, Mom Bear? Don't tell me you don't like pie.
I am not a big pie person unless.
I knew it. You like cake, right?
Mhm.
I knew it. I knew it. Yes, don't forget to show Mama Bear some love. Click that link there
Yeah,
and
I was
hop
gonna say
on
it's
over.
not that kind of pie day. Math pie, 3.14
Oh,
pie
I was like,
day.
wait, where are we going with this? Okay, but that
What
fixes it.
chocolate
Thank you.
pie. There you go, Tandy. Thank you.
My
I'll eat
wife loves
chocolate pie.
chocolate pie too. Yeah, that's too boring for me. I gotta have coconut cream's probably my absolute favorite. I don't know why, but I love it. And pecan and egg custard too. Nobody knows what that is, but mm. Welcome, Miss Vix. Good to see ya. What the hell is sugar cream? Sugar cream pie. What, honey? Oh, okay. I've never heard of sugar cream.
Thank you, Cap.
I also like those things where they take what is it called? Dream pie? Where it's like cream cheese or whipped cream or something mixed together and there's like cherries or blueberries like pie filling and mixed together. It's almost like a cheesecake or something, but I love those too. Hello all. I have my hands in water. Are you washing dishes again? Jesus. She's either washing dishes or vacuuming the floor. That's all she ever seems to be doing.
Or are you cleaning mud out of your car again?
Oh. No bake cheesecake. Yes, those are good too, Tomboy. Yeah, me either, at least. I'm gonna have to look into that.
What about upside down pineapple? Is that pie?
That's cake. That's my favorite cake. One of my favorite cakes, yes. Pineapple upside down cake. Oh my god. My mother-in-law and my wife both they make it and they use bourbon. You know, with that glaze that's on top of the pineapples and all that sticky
Mm-hmm.
stuff. They use bourbon, whether it be um Jack Daniels or Jim Beam to make that glaze and they cook it down and they dump it over the cake. It's so good.
Oh, I'm not sure, Karen. That's
Under
a
got
lot of
it in
passing
from
around.
man, great. Is it? See, that's what we've all questioned. We don't know, but sugar cream is like cream. Oh, so the same thing I'm saying with egg custard. That's what I thought. Okay. Oh my God. See, we can't be doing this because I can't be eating this stuff. That sounds really good. I love orange dreamsicle, everything. Coconut egg custard pie, the best. That yes, I've had the two combined too. They're really good. I agree with you, Aurora. Very good. You can send me that, Tomboy, if you want to. I don't know how it's going to be when it gets here, but you can send it to me. Hoosier pie. I've heard that before too. I have. All right, let's see here. Hold up, wait a minute. Give me a second. Um, no, no. I did have something that I was going to review, but I think we've already covered it. I think we're going to get right into. Yeah, I was going to say too, Cassie, that made me hungry as hell now.
Mhm.
Now we mentioned my Reese's. My wife makes something with Reese's that I love too. It's called Death by Chocolate, and it's broken up, crumbled up brownies with crumbled up, broken up Reese's peanut butter cups, chocolate pudding, and then whipped cream on top. And oh my God, it is so good. It is so good. All right. It does sound good. It is good. It's very good. All right. All right, let me see here. So. Who's that? Is that do we have a guest? Well, so. Hello, Diggle. No. Sorry, guys. Chris McDonut is not here. Sorry. Thank God. Thank the Lord. Okay, it's the 14th, 10th, 11th. So we have. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, I'm just kidding. There's like 7 new documents that came out. I don't know that they all have anything important. Now we have one on the defendant's motion in Lemony 11 to exclude the IGG. Improper expert opinion testimony is interesting. Unnoticed 404 evidence, and so there's a few things in here definitely that we can add on to what we've been talking about with this, plus what we have already been talking about. Hold on. Also, I needed to give a heads up to somebody else too, you guys. Give me 1 second. Okay. There we go. Let me see. Oh, and also, 1 moment. Sorry. I'm just trying to catch up. Here it is. 1 moment here. Why would I get that? That's crazy. Can you imagine any reason why somebody would send me anything on the Depo-Provera shot in my Gmail? First off, I'm a guy. Second off, I don't
That's
do
funny.
yeah, right, isn't it? All right, I don't use that birth control method, folks. Crazy stuff. Nope, that's good. That's good. I was just checking my emails from you guys. I get them all day long, and thank you for those that send them. I'm sorry to hear that, Miss Tandy. Oh, that could be it, Tomboy. You're right. Yeah, that's a good possibility. Makes some sense. Yep, Cassie's right too. Interesting. I guess they listen. They listen. They listen to everything. All right, let me get this up and moving. See what we're gonna jump into first. Hold on. So it looks like we have here the first one I can go back to is the state's response to defendant's motion for leave to file additional expert witness disclosures. And that's not really going to give us much of anything on that one. We also have this evidential one is interesting. State's response to defendant's motion in limine for unnoticed 404B evidence. And there's nothing on that. That's just a motion filing.
Hey, Kaylee, honey. You home yet?
There's Miss Kaylee. Critical. Good to see you both. Some YouTubers are funny as hell. One's been holding on for years to a dropped glove by CSI claiming contamination. Yes, I know. I know. I know that it's that's just nuts to me. Like, let it go at this point. It's enough. So. Good to hear, Kaylee. I hope you're feeling better too, hon. Welcome home. I'm glad to hear you got there. Good stuff. I hope you're relaxing and enjoying yourself and eating some better food.
Yay, I'm glad to hear that, Kaylee.
Yes. Excellent. Oh, yeah, we're going to go over this one a little bit too. I thought this was interesting. Let me start with this one first, actually, and then we're going to go back and we're going to finish going. Stop it. She-Hawks fan, huh? Stop it. Tandy. I bet it was, Kaylee. That's a long time to be there. I'm sorry, hon. All right, guys. So the first up that I'm looking at here, I haven't talked about or gone through any of these yet. So the state's response to the defendant's motion to eliminate improper expert opinion testimony, Middleman. Okay. Hey Nick, what's happening? The Bears. You know who I'm talking about. Oh, 100% critical. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. As soon as you said it, I knew exactly where you were at, bro. No worries. So comes now. I'm not reading all that stuff because I read this every time. Responds to the defendant's motion, expert opinion, Middleman filed on the 24th of February of this year, and as follows: the state's disclosure regarding Dr. Middleman was in response and rebuttal to the defendant listing Leah Larkin and Daniel Hellwig as expert witnesses in regard to IgG matters, and demonstrates his superior qualifications by education, research, and direct experience with investigative genetic genealogy, IgG. However, now the defendant has indicated that he will no longer seek to offer evidence related to IgG. See defendant's February 24th, 25, including not calling Miss Larkin and Mr. Hellwig. The state has no current intention of calling Dr. Middleman to testify in rebuttal. The state notes that it's February 24th of 25 state's motion to eliminate investigative genetic genealogy seeking, among other things, an order in limine, describing the extent to which the parties can refer at trial to investigative genetic genealogy, IgG, used in this case is still pending in light of the defendant's position that he will not be raising any issues related to IgG evidence. So here we go with this, okay? I just heard this morning, by the way, you guys. So we know that the defense was trying to have this stuff thrown out, right? From my understanding, not no more. So, and the state is willing to agree, and now gives the court and counsel that it will only seek to introduce evidence testimony that law enforcement received a tip without mention of the source or substance of the tip, and the law enforcement then followed up and identified the defendant. See state's response to defendant's motion in limine number 11, exclude IgG evidence. Respectfully submitted this 10th day of March 25. So, Nick, greetings to you, my friend. They're probably throwing it out, so no need for witnesses. Yeah. I can get that. Makes sense. Mountain Man, it does. Definitely. So there's that, guys. Just saying. Like I said, we're gonna get into some stuff that's a little bit more in depth than this. I just wanted to check these documents. Order granting leave to exceed page limit, motion for permissions exceeding page limits. These things are just to the citations to various portions of the transcripts which the state has included in the motion as a test summary. Okay. All right, let's back up here a little bit more. So we're still sealing stuff. Order sealing exhibits the defendant's second supplemental. I mean, come on. Just open out the door and let it all be out there. At this point, why not? Give me 1 minute, folks. I'm just trying to find. Actually, I want to find the. I'm trying to pull up the transcript one documents again. And I know it's here. I have to find it. And there's so many things in here. It's hard to see. Don't mind my nerd glasses. Where is it now? Damn it. There's that. Okay, so we still have the 911 call. 1 moment. The text messages, the testimony for that. Death penalty comments, genetic, genealogy, inflammatory. Okay, the inflammatory evidence. Have you guys seen that one? CJ, welcome. Good to see you. Welcome, Miss Justice. Good to see you today. CJ Sky's in the house. Now, the state doesn't have to tell where the tip came from and how they got to BK. Exactly, Stitches. That's what they're going for, but that's going to work itself out, I think, truly. I think the defense will figure something out with that, honestly. Yummy junk food. Good for you. I bet you missed it. Okay. So this means the knife sheaths and DNA evidence stand. Yeah, they've already claimed that they're keeping that Cap. Definitely claimed that. So oh, okay. So I did want to cover this one with you guys. This is, and I'm not going to read the whole comes now Brian C. Koberger stuff. How many times you heard me say that? We already know that that's there and what it means. So hold on. Oh, shoot. Excuse me. All right, there we go. Hopefully, can you see that pretty good, Mama Bear? Or anybody else for that matter?
On it? Yes.
FBI fund leads to family genes. Yes. Prosecution witness list isn't very strong compared to the defense. I know. The prosecution in general is not very strong compared to the defense, period, lately. So, this is the inflammatory evidence document, okay? And it's interesting to me. Mr. Koberger respectfully requests this court order the state not to not try the case through eliciting testimony and other evidence that is exceptionally inflammatory. Presenting the case in an emotional and inflammatory way is unfairly prejudicial. Any probative value is less than the danger. Additionally, the prosecution should not present the same information in a variety of ways, which is misleading or cumulative and a waste of time. By the way, this is an open discussion. I will open the panel here shortly, guys, so that we can all jump up here and do this together. For anybody that wondered. Although relevant evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury, or by considerations of undue delay, waste of time, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence. The case contains over 68 terabytes of data. This data contains thousands of photographs. Many depict roughly the same content. There are photographs that depict the deceased as well as the same location without the deceased. Multiple officers took photographs of the same areas. Additionally, there are many hours of body-worn camera footage. Body-worn footage depicts the officers moving through the house. There are hundreds of photographs of autopsy proceedings. In addition to this evidence, over 100 officers and investigators have been involved in the case, and hundreds of people that have been interviewed. Mr. Koberger seeks to protect the integrity of his trial and requests an order preventing inflammatory evidence, including testimonial evidence. be excluded. All of that is case law. Mr. Koberger acknowledges the Idaho Supreme Court has held that a photograph cannot be excluded merely on the basis of being gruesome. However, Mr. Koberger is not making that motion. Rather, he is requesting that the state be prevented from introducing inflammatory evidence. Multiple studies have found that mock jurors are more likely to convict when exposed to graphic photos. Again, more case law. Other studies have shown that judicial instructions to ignore such evidence are ineffective, while some have actually found such instructions cause jurors to place more emphasis on that evidence. Joel Lieberman and Jamie Amped, understanding the limits of limiting instructions. Okay, moving on. More case law stuff. Hold on. Emily Edwards. Mr. Koberger's right to a fair trial, free from irrelevant, cumulative, and unfairly prejudicial evidence as guaranteed by the Constitution of the state of Idaho and the United States of America, would be violated to allow exhibits depicting gruesome details or the emotional reactions of the police officers at the scene or during their testimony during the trial. Boom. So there's that, guys. And he doesn't, Brian, basically in layman's term, he doesn't want them to show the crime scene photos of the bodies and things like that, because he thinks the defense doesn't want to put that out there because it's inflammatory to them and will make them look down on him more, per se, and maybe make judgment faster. Yeah, and that's all there is to it. Donald's right. They're going to show that regardless. That's just part of it, guys. I don't know. I've never heard of that being a motion before, but I mean, whatever. Now you got to read the case law to see why they're making the argument. Are you kidding me? I hate case law. I'll show you though. It's a good point, Tomboy. Especially the bottom one there. So, in regards to this, there's a couple different variations of this here. Preserving the right to a fair trial and examination, prejudicial value of visual and auditory evidence. We also have something by M. Cass and David Garfield, Blood and Guts, General and Trial Specific Effects of Videotape Crime Scenes on Mock Jurors, Verdicts, 21, Applied Social Cycle, 1877, 1887, and 1991. And that explains why, because those situations have happened and it caused them to want to do this, or to make this a thing. The social psychological explanations for the failures of instructions to disregard pretrial publicity and other inadmissible evidence. Okay. Gruesome evidence and emotion, anger, blame, and jury decision making. Think about it. If you were, if you're sitting in a courtroom in a trial, they tell you what this person did to these 4 people, and then they just sit down and you're done. As compared to they come in, they tell you what happened, and they lay the photographs out and show you what the bodies of the victims looked like. You're definitely going to go, okay, you're a piece of shit. I'm coming after you. You deserve to be in prison forever or whatever. Yes, it does help, and it does change the way you look at the situation, in my opinion. Of course, yes. Think of Delphi. 100%. Tomboy is right. 100%. The photos aren't evidence that a certain person or persons did it. No, and that's true. That's true, True Seeker. But if you have listen, it's just kind of human nature. If there's somebody that's in custody, the person that's on trial, and you're looking at this person and they're saying all these things about it, and then they show you what this person did, allegedly. Boom. You know what I mean? So it's just how the human brain works, in my opinion, in some senses. If you can beat that out and you can be stronger than that, then that's good. That's what they want. But most of the time, bingo, that's what I was getting ready to say. Most jurors, most human beings judge people, make decisions based on their emotions, guys. We can say we don't, but it absolutely happens. And we know it does. Okay? I do it. When Madeline Soto's case came out, okay? Stephen Stearns has not even been tried yet for any of this stuff, and I've had him buried from day one because I know what he did. They have proof that he did it. I want him burned at the stake. End of story. For what he did, it's horrible. It's horrible. Okay. My emotions are doing that. That's not my brain working. That's my emotional process working itself, saying I want to get my hands on this guy and deal with it the way that I want to, type thing. That's what it means. So yes, 100%. That's how it works. I just need to see the body cam of that sheath being seen from the door. I'm with you on that one, critical 100%. I want to see it too. When it was supposedly under Maddie and a comforter, because if it's not true, the whole case is bullshit. That's a very good point, my friend. Very good point. Agreed, Stormy. Ever see the light of day again, in my opinion, never. There's Phil. Welcome, Phil. Good to see you, Phil. What? There's 65 in chat, 45 likes. Did we not learn anything from the brutally honest SRB eatings the other day? Do we need a longer hose? Oh, Jesus. Thank you for joining us, Phil. I appreciate you. Okay, let's see here. So that's what this is all about, guys. And I get it, and it seems unfair to the defense, of course, but we know that that's not going to happen. We know that they're going to do what they're going to do. So right there with you on that one too. Thank you, Mountain Man. I appreciate you, brother. I am me. Welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining me. All right, let's get this loaded in here so I can get those of you up here that would like to join us. Give me one moment. And once again, anybody that may not have been up here on, before, I just need you to show me your face for about 3 seconds in the backstage so I can bring you up and make sure you're not trying to show your waist. That's all. All right. And the link is pinned in the chat. Is that what it is, critical? I need to show more leg. Maybe if I would shut my face off and we show Mama Bear's face, maybe. Bill is getting bossy like that. It's okay. I'm not bossy by any means, but that's all right. No leg. You don't want to see my leg? Come on now. All right, guys. The link is pinned. We can open the panel up, bring some peeps up to have some conversation about it, about all this. That is that. Let me see here. Really, Cass? In the middle of my show, and she's going to turn on the weather. How rude. How rude. I'm just kidding. We're supposed to be getting storms within the next 24 to 48 hours, so I appreciate it. How rude. Yes. What was that from? I can't remember the show, but the little twins. Yeah. I wish I was dressed. I'm glad that there's no camera, but okay. I watch with my eyes closed. Yep, wind's already starting. Oh, really, Donald? Damn. Yeah, it is a little windier out here too, but it's still warmer than hell. All right, so the link is pinned. Pool House. Stephanie said it. That's right, Seahawks. Thank you, Tandy. All right, now back to where we were with this. Let me get up the link back up here. And where did I put that at? There it is. All right. Let me find. I don't think there is. Let me check something real quick. Let me check something here. Just out of curiosity. All right, I'm gonna head to Twitter for a minute, guys, and see if this exists here. Hold on. Um, I'm here. I'm just trying to find something real fast. Let me see something here. We had another helicopter crash here too. Today, that was here today. This is right down the road from me. Yes, the Olsen twins, Alicia.
Enough is enough with that stuff.
What's that?
That was prime. The helicopter and plane crashes.
Oh, I know, it's crazy. Yeah, it happened right down the road from me this time. Now, if you haven't paid homage to the Swedish chef, they go step out, sprinkle some palm season. Brick Burton and stick the bean in. Her percent. Guard six, wipe their feet and get in the surf liver. There we go. How was that there, Phil? Yeah, this was just a small one today. Here, it was a two-seater, I think. It was a little. All right. I can't seem to find Ashley's post with this. That was the Swedish chef SRB. They do.
Think back to the Muppets, honey.
Yes. Yeah, they do, Kaylee. We had the train derailment down the road from me. We also had the helicopter crash. We have a lot of stuff that happens out here. It's crazy. Okay. I don't see this.
Don't cross the state line. That's all I'm saying. Keep it in your state.
Uh-huh. How did you not know that, SRB? Your daughter is Cassie, for Christ's sakes. She talks that way all the time. Lord. All right. Yeah, I don't see it here, guys.
What are you looking for?
I was looking in Twitter to see if this call still exists over here with Banfield, but I don't see it now.
SRB, that was Dago. As scary as it was.
Was it that bad?
No. I knew what it was, just not the source.
Okay. Now, see, this is the thing here. The one that I have here that I'm pulling up on Twitter right now, this is a little different than what we were looking at the other day. Oy vey.
Tandy, you kill me.
What'd she say?
What in the haunted crack house was that?
The spicy meatball. See, Phil brought it up, not me. All right, guys. I don't know. Like the 911 call that we reviewed the other day, it was different than this. I don't know if you guys have probably seen this. I just have. Maybe it's new to me. Hold on here. Okay. And I'm okay with the transcripts. That's enough for me. I don't really need to hear, but it's okay. At some point, everybody wants to, so I guess. See, this is different. There's things added in here, I think. Unless I missed something the other day, but I just checked Gray, and it's his AI and hopes to maybe hear the yeah. Okay. Got you, Karen. Thank you. Thank you so much. Will this let me go bigger? Nope. Damn it. Okay. So 911, what's your location of your emergency? Hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what. We have what's the address? That's right. Please don't. Please no don't. That's added there. That wasn't added like that before. What's the rest of the address? Oh, Kings Road. And is that house or apartment? It's a house. Can you repeat the address? Okay, neighbor comes on, says, I'll talk to you guys. We live at the right, so we're next to them. I need something to I need something to repeat the address. Someone to repeat the address. The address, okay. So there's that, and then hold on. Maybe not, it won't let me because it's too big. Hold on, let me back down a little bit. Okay, and what's the phone number you're calling from? This is the neighbor. What's your phone number? Asked Dylan. They still have this redacted part here. Okay. Okay, and tell me exactly what's going on. One of the roommates who's passed out and she was drunk last night and she's not waking up. And then Dylan's in the background saying, no, we saw a man. Neighbor says, oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. Dylan says, hi, this is Dylan. Are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone. Stop passing it around. Dylan says, can I just tell you what happened pretty much? What is going on currently is someone is passed out right now. Dylan says, I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m., there was a man. Dylan says, okay, I need you to know what's going on right now. If someone is passed out, I need to know what's going on right now. If someone's passed out, can you find that out? Bethany, we have to do this. We have to go inside. Dylan tells Bethany, yeah, I'll come. Come on, we got to go check, but we have to. Is she passed out? She's passed out, and there's some stuff redacted there too. Dispatching Moscow ambulance for Dylan and Bethany walk into the house. Dylan says she's not waking up. Dylan to Hunter. She's passed out. She's passed out. Unconscious at 1122 King Road is talking to the dispatch for the ambulance. Sorry. Then it says again, hey, welcome, Eddie. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us. I'll be done with this here in a minute, sir. What's the matter, Sassy? That's not matching up to the actual doc. Can you read back real quick? Yes, ma'am. What do you want me to read back there, Sassy? The last page back here. See, that's what I'm saying. This is different than what we looked at the other day. Those little clips of it. The beginning of the. Oh, you want me to go all the way back? Jeez, you're needy. Okay, hold on. All right, let's do this again. Can you see this, Mama Bear?
Yeah, let me make it. I have it small on my screen.
I think it's easier for them to hear this if we kind of do the whole thing me and Willie did, where one person is the question asker, the other is the answer. So
okay, can you make it a little bit bigger?
I can try. It doesn't really do much with it, though. It seems like it shrinks it back down. Hold on. How's that? Does that help at all? That's the biggest I think I can get it.
Yeah, that'll work.
Hold on. There. Okay. Do you want to be the responder or the question asker?
I don't care.
Okay. I'll do the question, or I'll be the responder. You can ask the questions then.
Okay. 911, location of your emergency.
Hi, something happened. Something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what we have.
What is the address of the emergency?
No, please don't.
What is the rest of the address?
Oh, Kings Road.
Okay, and is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right?
I'll talk to you guys. We live at the right. We're next to them.
I need someone to repeat the address for verification.
The address is 1122 King Road.
And what's the phone number that you're calling from?
What's your phone number? Blah blah blah, blah redacted, 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 redacted. And what's the rest?
Okay. And tell me exactly what's going on.
One of four, one of the roommates who's passed out, and she was drunk last night, and she's not waking up. And then Dylan says, "No, we saw a man."
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. Hi, this is Dylan.
And you are with the patient? Okay. I need someone to keep the phone. Stop passing it around.
All right, I'm gonna stop there for a minute because Cassie says, "Where the hell is the cough part coming from?" That's not in the doc, and that's what I said. This stuff is different than what we saw the first time we covered this. This changes here. There's things that have been added to this as compared to what we looked at the other day.
Yep.
Okay, so back to where we were, and you're with the patient. Can I just tell you what happened? Pretty much.
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know. But pretty much at 4 a.m. there was a man.
Okay. I need to know what's going on right now. If someone is passed out, can you find that out?
Now this next part is different
Oh.
too. This was added in too. This came from Ashley Banfield's Twitter. Yeah. That's why I brought this up. And this says Dylan tells Bethany, Dylan, yeah, I'll come. Come on, let's we gotta go check, but we have to. Is she passed out? She's passed out. Dylan is talking to Hunter at the same time. And Bethany's at the top. It says, Bethany, we have to do this. We have to go inside. This was Dylan saying this to Bethany and then said what I just said there. Now, there's some stuff that's whited out right here, too. So I don't know what that says there. I can't see it. And it says underneath the dispatcher is saying, I'm dispatching Moscow Law ambulance. Yeah. Dylan and Bethany walk in the house. And Dylan says she's not waking up. And then back to you there with the unconscious thing.
Unconsciousness, 1122 King Road.
Right. Hunter, Ethan,
70 is en route. Is that what that says?
Yeah. 70 is en route. Yes.
Okay.
That's them coming back through the dispatch call. Would be the ambulance driver. Okay. Hunter and Xana scream heard. Okay. See, this is all new. This is not the way it was. See, it sounds like this here goes up. See how this arrow goes up here? This is attached up here and says, yeah, I'll come. Come on, let's go. We got to go check. But we have to. Is she passed out? She's passed out. Bethany, we have to do this. We have to go inside. Comes in and says, Hunter, Ethan, Xana, it's me. He's the only one inside. Then it says, Xana, very loud and a scream heard. And that's Hunter that does that. Okay. Dylan says, okay. Or you said, okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way. Okay. Thank you.
And then unintelligible 1122 King Road. All ambulance respond to unconscious 1122 King Road.
Right. Dylan to Hunter. What's wrong? Dylan thought Kaylee ran down the stairs with Murphy that night. Then says, poor Kaylee, thinking Kaylee is the one Hunter has seen, but it's actually Xana. A door is heard being forcibly opened by Hunter, and Hunter then says, get out, get out, get out, get out. This is all brand new, you guys. Where the hell did this come from? Was this transcribed from the actual call now? I know, Cass. This has been all added to what we had. We had clippets of it. We didn't have all this. So I wish Willie was here to hear this because this is different now.
Yeah.
This came off of a Twitter page from Banfield, guys. I'll show you in a minute. So now we're hearing now that a door is heard being forcibly opened by Hunter. Hunter then says, get out, get out, get out. And I'm imagining he's telling everybody that's in the house to go. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's Evan. Ethan, not Evan. Dylan says, okay. And you say, okay. And how old is she? Dylan says, she's 20. You said
20,
20.
you said?
Yeah. Yes, 20. Here, do you want to talk to him?
Okay.
Hello?
Okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people.
Okay, sorry. They just gave me the phone.
Is she breathing?
Hello?
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay. Unintelligible en route.
Bethany or Dylan, I need you to talk to them, okay? I can't talk with them. I need you to talk to them. And then that's when PD arrives, which is something that we kind of thought about back then. Go ahead.
Okay, hello? Oh, I guess
No,
that
that,
was you.
yeah, it's all right. Go ahead.
Okay, I have already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line.
Okay.
If there is a defibrillator available and someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. Units responding, RPs advising.
Unintelligible.
Patient is not conscious, not breathing.
Unintelligible again. And I think this part here, because you see PD arrived here, I think they have taken over on the call per se as well. And that the operator is talking to the police officer about getting the defibrillator and all that stuff. And that's the end of it right there. That's where that stops here. So this is all new to me. Okay. Now I don't know if this was transcribed, if somebody just added all this. So I'm gonna show you guys real quick. This came out of, I went into Banfields and this came out of all that. What's this here?
There's your emergency.
Okay, so this is supposedly the call. Is it? Hold on. Let's see here. Can you hear that? No.
Yeah, I could hear it when you played it a minute ago.
All right, hold on. Sorry. That's what I'm guessing, Tomboy.
I'll be right back.
Yep.
911 location of emergency. Something is happening. Something's happening in our house. We don't know what. What is the address of the emergency? 1122. What is the rest of the address? Oh, Kings Road. 911 location.
That's all that it gives. So, and that the operator sounds definitely not real. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The operator definitely sounds AI per se, in my opinion. Yeah, that wasn't. I agree with you, Kate, on that one. So, then it says, somebody had submitted a full records request for the full request. Wait a minute. I was informed this morning that a 20-second clip of the 911 call from Idaho has been released to the public. To verify the authenticity of this clip, I decided to take a shot in the dark, submitted a public records request for the full unreleased 911 call from that day. The only thing I am unsure about is where 911 calls are first routed to, so I thought this would be a good start, and I'll be curious to see MPD's response. I'll keep you posted. Oh, okay, so that was Brian from LT. Let's talk. Let's talk live. Sorry. And there's that. That's all there is to it. So okay. Nothing else in here that I know of that's real is here. So hold on a minute.
I might post the whole. So
No, I can't do that. Hold on a minute. Bear with me. Can you hear me okay, Eddie?
I can hear you fine.
All right. Sorry, I'm not ignoring you, but I'm just trying to get this squared away real quick. That's just, I don't know. That was
you confirm that you got it
I'm back.
legal. Able to confirm that you got it legal.
Stop it, Jesus. That just doesn't make any sense to me. What is this now? Students knew at 10 a.m. Narco removed from scene before 9. Where's all this other shit coming from? So there's something on Twitter as well that says the Phi Beta I call. Students knew at 10 a.m. Narco removed from scene before 911 call. Narrative via text.
Holly's saying FOIA requests released it. Oops, where'd it go?
You can't do that though, can you? Until the whole thing's over.
I don't know.
We already are seeing as News Nation deleted it as it could be verified for real and authentic. Yeah, that's my point, right? So, wait a minute. What the hell is this?
Of the incident on 112.
Nope. Okay. Yeah. See, I don't. This is the problem, you guys. This is what the issue is with all this. We don't know what to think or what is real, what isn't real, what's right and wrong. And Amanda Smith, welcome. Jules was denied the FOIA. I heard that. I remember that, Amanda. Thank you for joining us. So, if that's the fact, you can't FOIA this because it's an open investigation with the trial and everything out there. So I don't understand.
Look at the go to your Discord. I
Yep,
sent you
ma'am.
something from.
Gotcha.
It was on Jules X.
Yes, this is where. Aha! Thank you. Okay, here we go.
I forgot I sent that to you.
1 minute, everyone. That's disgusting. If somebody really faked a call like that, come on now. This is State versus Koberger 2. Hello, thank you for reaching out. The audio is sealed and remains as such for our court. We manage requests for records for Idaho law. Having said that, I cannot comment on how other agencies, which may also be custodians, are processing requests they receive. Thank you. Trial Court Administration, 4th Judicial District. So that was something Jules must have sent out, and that was a response she got on it.
Yep. Regarding the 911 audio.
Yes. Right. And Lana, I'm sure, right, Vix, I'm sure Lana sent out for it too. I didn't even attempt to because I'm looking, Leslie Dago supposedly Plunder went and bought it. I guess that's where she gets.
How do you just
for it. She does have. No, I don't think so. That's why I was looking at that, Mom, because it was on Twitter, Mom. And it's never. That's not what we saw the first time. So I think it's bullshit. I think somebody is.
Said it's fake.
Yeah, I think somebody's fudging documents and putting them out on Twitter. That's bullshit. Who?
I mean, it's not the first time in this case.
No. So that's what I'm saying, you guys. You cannot take this stuff as being factual information by any means, please. And that's why I'm saying it. You can't FOIA something that is in the middle of an investigation, be it trial or any of that stuff. So that's bullshit. Again, in my opinion. I mean, if somebody proves it wrong, that I'm wrong, then okay, I'll eat my words. But at this point, I don't believe that. I don't believe any of that's right, and people shouldn't be putting that out. That's not right. I'm sorry.
At the True Crime Cafe with Dago, I am waiting for
PJ.
Julie to get back to me. I think James Renner put false info on Mara again. He says a suspect was named.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you, PJ, for keeping me informed. I'll have to email me and I'll definitely get in touch with you. We'll talk about that for sure. Thank you for that, though. I appreciate that. Welcome, Charlotte. Yeah, here's the thing here. Listen, Plunder has things, and I'm part of Plunder's Patreon, guys, to get documents. That's how I received the transcripts that I got in the Soto case, so on and so forth. And you have to pay for that stuff, yes, because she pays for it, so on and so forth. But if you can't FOIA the call or any of that other stuff, I don't think she even can get it. So she may have paid for the fake thing, in my opinion, as well. Hey, Wade, good to see you, sir.
Now that Critical said you can't buy sealed evidence.
Right. That's what I'm saying. If it's sealed, it's sealed. Like, I mean, that comes from law enforcement. The only other thing I can think of, and I don't know how this works. Oh, yeah. You definitely pay for FOIA. 100%. That's fact.
Yeah.
But that's fact. That's mom's right about that, guys. I've seen that wholeheartedly. But what I'm saying here is this. I don't think. Why would this all of a sudden appear and it's got that new stuff added to it, a cough and all that other stuff? Somebody did this to make it look more tantalizing to the people that need to see that stuff, I guess. That's not what I said. No, I don't mean that. I mean, maybe she has been given fake information, not realizing it is what I'm saying. How can you get information like that if it's sealed and it's not released? You know what I mean? I'm asking this question to people that have more experience with this than I do. So she did put it out. Okay. Well, I hope it's real. Oh, wait. She says that she admitted she got it from Gray. Okay. Gotcha. PJ says you cannot, but sealed evidence, if you could, people would have bought it in the Harmony's case. That's a good point. Thank you, PJ. That makes sense. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. I'm not saying she would have put it out on purpose, guys. Plunder she does really good stuff. And I watch her, I support and follow. But I just don't think that it's that's the same. Okay, hold on then. Let me go look. I'm part of, like I said, part of her Patreon and all that stuff anyway, but still. Here it is. And see, it's playing off of this though. Look, guys. Is this the same one you watched, SRB? With Ashley on there? That's what I mean. That's what I'm thinking too. I don't know. I don't know for a fact, guys. I'm just making. I'm wondering. You know what I mean? This is the one that you watched this morning, then, SRB. I want to make sure I have the right one. This is on Plunder.
She said yes, it is.
Okay.
Authentic. Here it is. Is authentic.
All right. So Ashley's saying this is authentic. Can you hear that, Mama Bear?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Here it is.
911 location of your emergency. Something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what.
That's the same thing we just heard, you guys. That's the same exact thing we just heard. So.
What is the address of the emergency? 1122.
And so those extra words that were added, they're not in here either. So that tells me that that document that we just saw was not real. See, there's too much of this. This is not good, in my opinion.
What is the rest of the address? Oh, Kings Road.
Okay, as of this recording, we've only got about 30 seconds of that Idaho 4 911 call. I'm not sure why we only have 30 seconds of it, but Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates just appeared on Ashley Banfield's show named Banfield, and perhaps they will put up his entire appearance on YouTube. So I probably won't put it in this video, but I just watched the whole thing. It's a great appearance, wherein Gray has heard the entire 4-minute or so 911 call. And so we get to hear what the differences are between the transcript and the 911 call.
Okay, so there's that. Thank you, Plunder. And there's her link, guys. If you guys have not yet subscribed, she has done a lot of good stuff throughout a lot of these cases. and she tries to put out everything. You know, I'm not saying try. I think she does put out all truthful and, you know, baseline decent stuff. So there's that too. Good morning, Angel. There's her link. Please go check it out, like her stuff, and subscribe if you haven't, because like I said, she has a lot of good stuff on a lot of these cases. Now let me check something, guys, real quick. 1 second. If I can type right. Okay, hold on. Okay, I do have something else to look at too. Banfield. No, I'm not gonna go with that one first. We're gonna look at this one first. This was put out by News Nation as well. Yesterday evening. Hey, Jeff. Apparently, Ashley Banfield has a personal account called Ashley Banfield X Drop Dead Serious. The video is still there. Okay. Well, we just watched that one, Jeff. Is that the same one? Okay. Thank you, Leslie. By the way, Jeff, the link, it's an open panel today, and the link is open, so it's pinned if you're interested in joining, sir. 1 second, everybody. I'm checking something real fast, and I'm going to roll with that there. Okay, Leslie, thank you. I got it. Okay. Hold on a minute. Let me get out of here. There's a lot going on, guys, so bear with me. Okay, 1 minute. Let's see if this has anything of worth here real quick.
Yeah, it is pretty surprising, Ashley. You have to think to yourself. Yeah, it is pretty surprising, Ashley. You have to think to yourself, if you were on that jury and they just said in court, oh, it's a tip that led us to Brian Kohberger and led us to do the cheek swab and then connect the DNA from him to the knife sheath. It was just a tip. You'd have to imagine they would be sitting there wondering, well, what tip was it? How did you get to that point? We've now learned they're not going to find out. That's not going to come in during trial. The judge just ruled on that today. It's been a year, more than a year, that there's been so many court hearings and fights back and forth about the investigative genetic genealogy, the defense trying to poke holes in it, saying that it's unfair, saying that it's not scientifically tested, that it's a new technology that they used. I thought it was going to be a big part of their defense at trial. Apparently not. They've said they don't want to bring it in. The prosecution has said they don't want to bring it in. The judge has agreed, and it's apparently not coming in.
Jesse, I feel like those are several months I will never get back. The pitched battle between the defense and the prosecution under seal, I might add, which drives me even crazier because to me that is secret justice, not American justice. But, you know, when it comes right down to it, Jesse Weber, a swath, you know, of his cheek matches the DNA on the knife sheath. Do we need to even know anything more than that? The DNA on here matches the DNA in that cheek. Does the jury need to know anything more than that?
Probably not, because let me break it down for this. So it is a 5.37 octillion times more likely that is Brian Kohberger's DNA than anybody else. Not a shocker. They're not trying to challenge it. But let's, for argument's sake, take this argument. Okay, it was his DNA on the knife sheath and somebody decided to plant it. Okay, so now you're wondering, how did that happen? How did the DNA get on the knife sheath? Who would want to frame him? And by the way, if this is a plot to really frame Brian Kohberger here, then this is somebody who would also have to make sure that his cell phone turned off at the key times during these murders, that the cell phone pings that were on would track the same movements of his car headed towards and away from the direction of that area, that the car would also have to be in that area at least 4 times that night. And also the assailant would have to dress up and look like somebody like Brian.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it, Jeffrey.
Brian Koberg, who matched the description from the eyewitness about the bushy eyebrows. So all of these things together would have to be someone framing Brian Koberger. And call me crazy, but that seems to be beyond, belief. Now, I'm curious to see where they go with it. This is the prosecution's narrative of trying to say what the defense is going to do here. But I got to tell you, Ashley, after you said so many court hearings where they tried to make sure this evidence wouldn't come in, saying that his rights were constitutionally violated, that it wasn't reliable, at this point, their only option is to admit it is his DNA, but there's another explanation for why it's there. I'm curious to see what that explanation will be.
So once again, Brian, the knife sheath and the snap had a tiny, tiny little sample of DNA. And by the way, that tiny, tiny little sample was so tiny and the integrity of it was so questionable, it had to go to a specialist to pull out a full profile in order to be able to actually put it into the genealogy base. So if someone is trying to frame, if this is the defense argument, that someone is trying to frame Brian Koberger, really? That's
sound.
Find something with barely any DNA on it at all and just hope that maybe they can find a sample, pull out that profile from that speck, that minuscule. I mean, doesn't it start to sound, and here's the word, really unreasonable?
It does, and I'm just trying to play it out in my mind. If they actually try to argue this out in court, are they going to say that there was someone out there who killed these college kids, who then went and got the knife sheath from Brian Koberger's, they stole it or something, and it had the little bit of DNA on Koberger, and then went to the house and put it in there after doing it, or brought it with them and then dropped it on purpose, trying to frame Koberger? I mean, it is all sort of hard to wrap your mind around. But Jesse made a good point. I think this is important. I mean, this all came out through a state filing, and it is the prosecutor who is trying to explain what the defense witness is going to say at trial, possibly. So this isn't coming directly from the defense. So maybe this is just one sort of theory that they've floated around and that they're not necessarily going to use as a defense at trial. We don't know, but it is kind of hard to imagine.
Yeah, if I were trying to frame someone and I was going into their apartment to steal their knife sheath, I would probably steal the hair from their hairbrush and leave the hair fibers on the body, which are perfectly traceable.
Thanks for watching.
Okay. Thank you, SRB. I don't know. Eddie, Mom, what do you think? Or Mama Bear, sorry.
I don't trust it, but what do you think, Eddie?
Ridiculous. Daigle.
Yes, sir.
Whatever happened, for 2 years nearly, we've been all buying into Ethan's best friend. Remember Ethan's best friend? This person discovered DNA in Ethan's body. This person took Ethan's pulse. This person yelled inside the home to get out. This person called 911 using one of the surviving roommate's phones, likely Dylan's.
Yes.
Where did that information come
from? Honest to God, right now, I'm trying to remember. Where did that come from? If
you don't recall, I bet our chat recalls where all that information came from.
Which information? Sorry.
The hold on a minute. AR says he's never showing 911 came back unverified. Yeah, that's what I thought too. That's what I've been told, AR, and that's what I've been going with as far as trying to figure out where all this is coming from. But anyway, he's talking about the fact that when some of it came from different places, Eddie, if I remember right. The information about Hunter coming over and finding the body and then calling 911 from one of the roommates' phones, most likely Dylan, like he said. All that info that we were given, like he's trying to, and I truly can't remember exactly where it come from.
Ashley Banfield, News Nation.
It all came from News Nation. Okay.
That or I was going to say WSU, Kim.
So how come our discussion hasn't turned that way, right?
Go ahead.
In the fact that these 911 calls that were redacted and put on the record in our document here,
right?
Which it is the court record, so that is what we use as our facts, right?
Yes, sir.
So notice how it's different than this disinformation that we've been told all along.
Right.
No one's talking about that. So when you showed the 911 call with its labels, we have, instead of like person A and the dispatcher as Q, you know what I'm talking about, right? How?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
A equals woman, A1 equals woman 1, A2 equals man, etc.
Right.
So when you were reading the 911 call that had the labels with people's names on it,
the new one, yeah,
neighbor, I think Dylan, her name was on there. I think Ethan's best friend Hunter was on there, right? If I recall.
Yes, they were labeled just like that.
So that automatically tells us that that is a lie. That is what they want us to believe for some reason.
Right. Well, but what do you got on that, Eddie? What's your thoughts?
Well, they're misdirecting us for whatever reason.
Right.
If I was in that 911 call and I said that, hey, I live right over here to the right, does that mean that I really live right over there to the right?
Exactly. No, I know what you're saying. I know what you mean. Like, we don't know 100% for sure exactly where, but right. No, right.
Has anyone ever called 911? I don't know. It's 11 o'clock. You're trying to sleep. The dog out there somewhere. Someone's not being a good pet owner. I don't know. You're following a drunk driver on the road. There's a myriad of reasons why you might call 911. Has anyone called 911?
Yes. I have, definitely.
I have. So I've always been asked what my name is.
Yep. Now, I'm going to tell you one thing that I know for a fact. The first things that I know from working in, as a first responder, so on and so forth. And I have friends that are 911 operators too, for a fact. Okay. Here in Ohio, I don't think it's different, but they answer the phone and say, 911, what is your emergency? They put that out. As soon as that's stated, what is your address? It's the first thing that comes out of their mouth. Okay. There's none of that other rigmarole that goes around it. Just saying. Then the name comes and all that other stuff. That's how they do it here. So 911, what is your emergency? Most people will start to ramble through whatever is going on, and you have to cut them off. Okay. And then it's, what is the address you're calling from? What is your name? Blah, 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 blah. Most of the time, most people calling will explain the situation before the operator can say a word. So, there's that too. But that is typically protocol, from my understanding here in my area, how they do this. So, I don't know.
So, on the actual transcript of the 911 call, this A1 person, I don't trust. No, maybe EA may or may not testify that that was her. Who knows? But that doesn't mean it was her. I'm very suspicious of that.
I agree with you. I do agree with you. I don't trust that either. And
person wants us. That person has to tell a story. They're trying to interject into the 911 call. They're trying to establish this one-man perpetrator narrative already this early in the game.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And like Wayne just said, until we hear the whole call from a real source, in my opinion, I agree, it's not real. And then Vic says either way, the confusion is deliberate, in my opinion. And that's where I think Eddie's going too. If you notice when this stuff, look. Me okay? Hello?
Yes, I'm still here.
Sorry, sir. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me because my computer's doing weird things with my camera and stuff.
Uh-oh.
It keeps removing me, and I don't know what the hell's going on. Anyway, now I lost my thought. Hold on a minute. What was I going to say? What I was going to say is if you noticed, all these things are just now coming out, right? All this new stuff has just started to flow left and right.
Uh-oh.
All this new stuff is dropped. All these new things are being shown and talked about, so on and so forth. And then all of a sudden, we get transcripts for the 911 call with no audio. Now all of a sudden, boom, right to the backside of it, we get that. I don't trust that. That doesn't make any sense because if they were going to drop the 911 call with the audio, in my opinion, it would have came out all out like right there, and they'd have dropped the whole call. Why would you put 30 seconds of a call out either, too, guys? Think about that. Welcome, JC. Good to see you, dear. Why would you just put 30 seconds of the 911 call and not the whole call? That makes zero sense to me. Think about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me either.
Which is, I'm sorry, Mom Bear, what'd you say?
I said that doesn't make sense to me either.
No, right. And that's what tells me that this is BS in a lot of senses, okay? Because, and we're getting from law enforcement, it's sealed. It's not been released, or the courts, I'm sorry. So, it's very heavily redacted and edited. The transcripts were so on and so forth. So they're going to put that out and all of a sudden just drop this audio out of nowhere. I don't believe that. That's bullshit, in my opinion. I'm sorry. And somebody, Karen's got a good point. Somebody put it out there so that they could hurry up and get something out of it. And then everybody grabs this stuff when they see it because, oh my God, there it is. And it could be, yes, so that you can hear that the roommates are upset too, because people have different narratives that they're talking about with this, and that needs to be heard for some reason. That's a good point, Wayne. I'm not either. I don't believe that it's real. Nope. It's not. They changed even that transcript that was put on YouTube, or not YouTube, my good Lord, Twitter. You see, they added words, changed this, did that. Come on, guys. Like, let's make this realistic at least. Hey, Brian, good to see you, buddy. So, I mean, is that what your thoughts are too, Eddie, on that? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a case study in disinformation.
Big time.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, big time. And that's kind of what I wanted to. When I saw that, I said, okay, this is what you don't want. This is my opinion. Of course, you guys are going to absolutely have the right to believe what you want and feel how you'd want to. But this is, and I showed it, and I wanted you to see it and say, hey, that's not the real deal, and understand that. At least this is my opinion. You don't have to take my opinion for anything. Thank you so much, Brian, for that, buddy. I appreciate seeing you here. Hope you're doing well, and I appreciate you gifting the membership, sir. Did you see who got it, Mama Bear?
Yes, it was Kate. Or I don't know how to say the last.
Ready? Congratulations, Miss Kate. Welcome to the sauce. We got another new meatball in the house. Congrats, and thank you again, Brian. God bless. So that's my opinion with that whole thing, folks. This is crazy. And all this stuff is coming down hard and fast. Am I wrong? Boom, 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 boom.
You have to be careful what you put on your channel because that reflects your brand.
Yeah. No, of course.
Whatever it is, you need to validate the source.
Yes, sir.
So
that's
we can see a common theme of where this leaked audio is. What's the common theme?
Yep.
Right?
Yes, sir. 100%. And it, like I said, and you said actually kind of, every time something comes from here, there's always something that follows behind it in some sense that is BS, in my opinion, okay? Candy just said, yep, they got nervous because the transcripts made people question the survivors, so they wanted us to hear how frantic the girl sounded. She sounded fake to me. The crying didn't sound authentic to me. And see, that makes sense to me, Candy, because a lot of people do that. And a lot of people, when that stuff was released, and somebody can tell me if I'm right or wrong, a lot of people went back to the, I have issues with them not calling 911. Why did Dylan do this? What did they not hear? Once we see that they basically were communicating and heard everything, everybody starts questioning them again. And therefore, in turn, guess what happens next? This pops out, and this is not good. So you need to look out for these things right here that we just looked for. And that's why, like I said, one of the main reasons why I was showing that. As I looked at it, I said, something's wrong with this. Okay, this doesn't seem real. This doesn't seem right. And there we are. And I think most everybody probably has the same feeling about it. Some people may not, and that's okay. I respect that, but that's my feeling on it, truly.
Notice that I have, as long as I've been coming up on these panels, I don't carry on as though DM and BF are an authentic component to the events of that evening.
Mm-hmm.
Many others do that, and it's kind of frustrating to hear, the panel go on and on about, oh, she was sleeping right underneath the room. How can she not hear? And, trying to hyper analyze something that doesn't make sense, but it's because none of it's true. That's why it doesn't make sense. Mm-hmm. That's what you need to get. That's what should click in you.
Well, everybody has, and you know this, I know what you're saying. Everybody has their own feelings on this, as well as how this works, what's going on, what they're seeing, how they're feeling about that. And excuse me, I personally, I respect everybody's feelings, thoughts, and opinions on this. I'm in the middle of this whole thing, and I'm staying there until trial, of course, and everything comes out, and I'm able to make a justified decision based on what we see on both sides, so on and so forth. You guys know that. So, Lisa, what about Drunk Turkey? Daniel says he has the audio, but he's not playing it yet. Does that mean it's not real? Also, I don't know. I couldn't answer for him, Lisa, but I mean, it could be, could not be. I don't know that. Everybody has their opinion as to what's and how can I say this?
Brian, we don't know if it's authentic or not.
That's the problem, but I don't think that it is, Brian, but I don't know. Hold on a minute. Sorry. Looks like that notification about court docs was reporting old news. I don't see new ones today. Okay. Thank you, Jeff. I don't know what you're talking about per se, but thank you. Okay. I'm trying to get back to where I was at, what I was trying to say. I think everybody perceives this differently, Eddie. Like, sir, I know you have your thoughts about this. I have my thoughts. Other people have different thoughts, so on and so forth. Obviously, we can't tell people how to think. I can't, you can't, nobody else can tell us how to think, so on and so forth. That's important to know, which is fact. Okay.
Agree.
But I still feel the way that I do about this, as do you, as do others, so on and so forth. All that we typically, like, I think the reason, like what you brought up that we talk about, because I do too, because it bugs me. It bothers me because based on the document we were given and told to refer to for everything within this case as truth, okay, and fact, again, factual information, we all did what we were supposed to do and followed it. In turn, things are released that are documented, true factual information, pieces of information from the court systems, and now it's basically turning that upside down and saying, no, that's not right. And that's why I think people are bringing this up, saying things like, well, she was there. It was one room below. How did they not hear this? But now we're being told that she did, so on and so forth. I think that's why people are repeatedly talking about that. Not everybody does, but some people do. I get it. And I think it bugs people because initially we were forced. That was kind of forced down our throats, that whole PCA thing, and said, here, this is what you follow. Don't listen to this, or this. That is what you follow. No second guess. And not that everybody agreed with it, but that's what we're told to do. And I think that that's why it happens. Hey, Twiz, good to see you, bud. And that's where I think that comes from. But I do understand what you're saying as to, in a sense, like, why is everybody not looking at this in a bigger picture and saying, why is this happening? I get it. I do. I've done that. And I agree with you on that. Why is this happening, folks? Why is this all coming down to this? Why is all of this happening? Why are there, I guess, untruths being told? Lies, whatever you want to call it. Why are there things that were put out that weren't true per se? What happened? Why? That's the answer. And I think that's what you're asking. If I'm wrong, Eddie, let me know. But I think that's basically what you're asking. Why were we all told these untruths about this situation, and what really happened, and why is that not being told? Is that your basically your question here?
Well, I didn't really have a question. It was more like
or statement. I'm sorry.
If people discuss, such as, how could she not hear when the bedroom was right underneath? When they wonder, such as that, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's right there. How could she not see when, she opens the door 3 times, and why isn't she afraid? In order to have that discussion, I feel like that person would have to be in a mindset where they believe that the path that we all know so well, the path that's been like, okay, little character comes in through the slider door, then where does he go? He goes upstairs, right? That's the path he travels.
Yeah.
And then after being upstairs, he comes downstairs. Then he goes into Xana's bedroom, and that's the path he travels, right? And then afterwards, he goes back out through the kitchen and then back through the slider, right? That's the path I'm talking about. So in order to have the discussions, you would have to believe in this narrative, this path narrative. Like, that's how it happened. There's one dude, and that's how he did it.
No, absolutely.
The real events of that night it's the furthest thing from that. It didn't happen that way. And I can't prove it.
Right. That's the biggest problem is. Hey, welcome, Miss Pops. Good to see you, Annie. I think that's what a lot of people's issue is they can't. They want to. Go ahead. Sorry, bud.
In part, it explains the reason why I disappeared for a little while, because this is just hopeless in a way.
In a sense, you're right. Until we hit a trial and we can get everything and hope that it all comes out to be real and true. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of does go in circles. Now there's all this new stuff that's being dropped here and talked about there and all that other stuff. Yes. Okay. But a lot of it's not really new. It's a lot of it's stuff that was already, Jesus, guys, a couple years back we talked about and thought this, that, and everything else. And now it's just being shown. It's proven now in some senses. Okay. So yeah, no, I understand. I understand.
One other thing I want to point out about the 911 call is, remember the interview with Christy G on the Drunk Turkey Show. And
absolutely,
we were told that Steve had a discussion with the 911 caller.
Yeah. Yep. I do remember.
Of course, in that moment, alluding to Ethan's best friend.
Yeah. Yep. I do remember.
Just throwing it out there, reminding everybody.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, SRB. Hello, LR. Welcome. This is the only thing that I trust in at this point, because this is written in a court document. Okay. This is the only thing that I and truly, like I said before, I don't need to hear the audio. To me, it doesn't matter. I think there are people that want you to hear the audio, and to if it does have the sounds of horror, if they sound terrified, that's important to some people with this. Absolutely, it's important to a certain side of this in the case, guys. So, but there's issues that I have with other things too, and I don't know, Eddie, you could probably get what I'm saying as to what I'm saying to what you're talking about. Okay, as I stated a little while ago in the beginning. Hey, Karen, good to see you. Or thank you for that. When I watched Jules this morning, she put out a video and she showed written Facebook texts in a group, okay? That we have not just anybody, but other people that are putting out, even people close to the case, a family member per se, information that's backwards from what the truth is. That's not good. That's not healthy, guys. Basically claimed, again, I'm going to say this because more people came in, that based on what she's understanding, what she's seeing, what she's reading, that Brian Koberger absolutely cannot be absolved from that DNA. I'm using the wrong word. It's not absolved. What's the word, Bear?
I think that's motion in limine number 5. If we want to go to that document.
Yeah, we can definitely.
Thank you,
Excluded.
SRB. Thank you, Candy.
Excluded was the word. That's the word I'm looking for.
There we go. Yeah.
That he absolutely cannot be excluded from this new DNA stuff they're talking about. Or whatever. That's fine. Excluded though. Yes. Okay. So let me back out of here real quick with this one. And you said, which one was it, dude? Lemony number 5.
Is that the one that is talking about the fingernail clippings?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Yeah, that's motion in limine number 5.
Okay, hold on. Let me back up to this real quick.
Yeah, it's another example of mainstream media twisting this.
Well, now we have somebody that is a group witness, an administrator in a Facebook group about this, and as a family member to one of the victims, coming out and making that statement. And I'm not, by any means, am I dragging the family, by no means. I'm not saying that. I'm saying is either she's informed, but she's putting that out there, and people are taking that, and especially with who she is, believing and running with that when it's not true. And that's very dangerous. Okay. You don't remember, Eddie, when that was dropped, do you? Motion in limine number 5. Let's see. There's number 8, so it's back here. 7.
When it's hard to find it if you're looking. Yeah, but they're really easy because it actually says the number. The defense was really on the case, so to speak, when they.
Oh, wait a minute. This is the order sealing defendants unredacted motion in limine 5 and motion in limine number 14.
February 24th.
Thank you, sir. God, you're like a computer, Eddie. You know that. With all your notes and stuff, it's amazing. God, they dropped a lot on the 24th, didn't they? Yes, they did. Holy hell. Okay, hold on. Bear with me, guys. Thank you for your patience. Wow, guys, they really dropped like 30 documents on that same day. This is the motion to file. I think this is the right one. Hold on.
They put them in numerical order, so you can just scroll and kind of give it a cursory glance, and it'll just jump right out if you're, doing it.
Yeah, that's what I just did. Absolutely. Okay, I think this is the right one. Motion to file defendants motion in limine number 5 and 14 inconclusive data and motion in limine statistical analysis under seal. I think it. Wait, hold on. Nope, this is the motion. Damn it. Hold on one, guys.
So if anyone's still talking about the 911 call, you know, and wondering if it's authentic, like, so if I lied to you 9 times, what reason would you have to believe me on the 10th?
That's a huge point. Think about it. That's a great way to put that too.
You'd be foolish if you did, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, here we go. I think this is it. Yep, this is the one. All right, guys. So I don't need to read all this. Inconclusive data. Again, I'm not reading that top. Comes now, Brian stuff. Allowing testimony, Constitution, Article 1, Section 13, Idaho Criminal Rule 16, and Idaho Rules of Evidence 102, 4, 701, 702, and 03. The request limits are made to secure fairness in administration to the end the truth may be ascertained and proceedings justly determined. The above request matters are ripe for consideration by the court pursuant to IREO 104 based on the existence of issues that involve preliminary questions of admissibility. My apologies. Statement of facts are, as in the grand jury testimony, Jade Miller testified as to the results of the testing done on item Q13.1, which is a swab of the left fingernail clippings from Madison Mogan. The data consisted of a three-person mixture. For those of you that didn't know or don't know this yet, the statistic, the likelihood ratio, which is LR, was calculated assuming that Maddie Mogan was a contributor to her own fingernails. Miller testified that Maddie Mogan as follows, and of course that's redacted there. Whatever that says, I can almost read it. It's kind of weird. The data from the sample was redacted as to Mr. Koberger. Grand jury transcript at 365, 366. Miller testified that inconclusive means that an analyst is blank blank. Grand jury transcript at 366. Miller went on to explain that the likelihood ratio for Mr. Koberger, again, blank blank. Grand jury transcript at 367. The argument is the use of misleading language confuses and misleads the finder of fact and is barred by the rules 402, 403, as well as due process, in that the evidence is overly prejudicial. The erroneous admission of irrelevant and prejudicial evidence will offend due process when it renders a trial fundamentally unfair. Estelle versus McGuire. Here, expanding beyond the language of the report would prejudice Mr. Koberger in that it might allow the jury to infer that. Now, this is the understandable. This is the part that needs to be understood, okay? That the inconclusive data, understand that it's inconclusive. It's not positive or negative or whatever you want to call that. It's inconclusive. Would mean that he might be included. LRs are different from traditional statistics that courts and juries are used to seeing and hearing. The LR is a comparison of hypothesis that is not a statement of identity or probability of identity. It just asks the question, given the data, which hypothesis tested is more likely? For item Q13, both hypotheses tested for each individual assumed that Maddie Mogan's DNA was present. So when the lab generated an LR laid out above, the hypotheses tested were Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Goncalves, and one unknown related person versus Maddie Mogan and 2 unrelated persons. This comparison was done for all of the individuals listed in report number 7 and for Koberger in report number 26. At the ISP lab, any number greater than 100 is considered a conclusive result indicating inclusion. Okay. Any number less than 0.01 is considered a conclusive result indicating exclusion. Thus, if an LR falls within the range of 0.01 to 100, the lab cannot draw any conclusions, and the data is reported as inconclusive. In her testimony, Miller did not provide a full context to the analysis. The lab reported a series of LRs for item 13.1, including an LR of 0.3994 blank, comma 0.4854 blank, and 0.204 blank, comma 0.0233 for blank, period. Lab report number 7 at 3. All of these individuals sit in the same shoes as Mr. Koberger, namely that the LR is exclusionary, but falls in the range of inconclusive. So if that doesn't make sense, basically it's stating that it is excluded, but it falls in the range of being inconclusive. I know that's hard to understand in some ways, some of this stuff, but basically he's excluded, folks. He's excluded from this extra DNA on here.
It's just being selective in the words and using the words that would kind of suggest his guilt rather than like on the top of page 4, the end of the first paragraph, it kind of wraps this up neatly in a bow.
More importantly,
the last sentence I'll just go ahead and read it. The independent lab testing conducted by the defense related to item 13.1 is indeed exculpatory. Mr. Koberger is excluded, and the state should be precluded from misleading the jury in any way.
And that says it all, actually. I should have gone down. You should have said that earlier to me, bud. It's okay. But that's it right there. He's excluded. Now we have somebody that's coming out saying that he is absolutely not excluded from the possibility of it being him. And again, that's misinformation. That's dangerous to this situation and to his trial, guys. So anyway.
What does Brian want to poll about?
I don't know. I'm looking now.
I was just getting ready to ask him. Brian, what do you want to do a poll on?
I'm trying to catch up to it here. That's all I'm asking you all. Do you think regarding 30-second 911? What do you think? I don't think it's real, Brian. Period. Oh, is that what you want to do a poll about? Is do I think it's real or not?
He must have came in here late because I already said it is ridiculous.
It is crazy. Considering what I speculate BK was wearing during the crime, I wouldn't expect Maddie would get any of BK under her fingernails. Only a space is open to that possibility, I would think. And that's, based on what you think, Jeff, 100%. I know you feel that he was wearing one of that suit thing and all that. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's, like I said, everybody has the right to their feelings on this and everything. Annie says independent lab excluded Koberger. Pretending his LR is inclusive would mislead the jury because he's been excluded entirely. Thank you, Annie. Period. So why are we seeing this happening from somebody so important too? That's the problem. That's an important person to this trial, to this case, saying that he absolutely cannot be excluded. Now, all I'm going to say is, did you read this wrong and misunderstand it? If so, I understand. Okay. But if not, you're purposely putting out misinformation, and that's not good. Okay, that's not what we're supposed to be doing here. It's okay, Brian. Heather Fitzgerald, hello. Twiz, good to see you again, brother. The redneck Idaho people Brian talked about. Oh yeah, okay. Now the state filed for that not to be introduced into trial because it shows state knew and proves prosecutorial misconduct. Third for bill since last year. That's another interesting point, Rollo. It definitely is. Yeah, and that's true too. I need those documents. I'm trying to find that. I had something somewhere and I lost it and I can't find it. To get that back up to look over that, Wade. Thank you for reminding me. In fact,
what was it?
The Bicca Barlow documents. Who, by the way, is basically kind of replacing Mr. Logston. For the trial purposes, yes. And she's on point, guys. She's on point. I read something on them, but I can't show them to you guys because I can't find them myself. So I will do that.
Rolo said, unsealed court hearing documents, page 16. Payne clearly states FBI never led him to believe Brian's DNA was on the sheath. They tipped his name as a person of interest to look into.
That's all it ever was. That's all that ever was a tip just to somebody to look into. So yes, that's true. Annie, I'm looking for the Bica Barlow documents. The newer stuff. Thank you so much, James. We appreciate you and grateful to have you here. I know all you guys are saying this, and I'm not trying to be. But you guys know I'm not going to be disrespectful to anybody in here. I see people saying frame. Okay, I'm okay with that thought, but I gotta ask. Okay, thank you, Annie. I will do that. Let me start that real quick. Hold on. Let's say this was a frame job, guys. I can't get past something, okay? That's my biggest problem with this. I do believe something's not right. Totally. We have, I don't know, 4 or 5 different law enforcement agencies involved in this, right? And I've looked at this for 2 years and looked at that angle, looked at this angle, looked at those angles. If this is what this is, my biggest issue is motive and the fact that many agencies are involved in a situation. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're all involved. I know that. And that's something I've come back and said, okay, no, wait, it could just be 1 or 2 people within one agency that are putting all this information to it, to feeding it to these other people and saying, hey, this is what we got, and making other things go away, per se. I'll just put it that way. Twiz said, I don't think MPD framed him. I think MPD is completely that's my thought too, Twiz. That's where I'm at with you. Completely incompetent. Maybe the perp framed him, or maybe it was just an accidental DNA transfer. Either way, MPD is incompetent, and I do agree with you on that one, Dave. Why not? I said this already. It's a quadruple homicide. These guys, they bring a guy in and make him the lead detective that was writing tickets the day before. And I'm being over exaggerate, but yes, he had no experience with something like this. Brings them in. The man has no idea what he's talking about when he's brought in to testify for different things. He doesn't seem to even know where he's at. And I may be being over exaggerative of this, but there was a lot of botched situational stuff that happened with this case. And I think that's where the problem lies with this. So I can't see the frame side of it, but definitely I can see a botched investigation with a lot of mistakes made. And, you know, how can I put this? If you're painting a house, okay, if you're painting a house and you do it a certain way and it doesn't look right per se, you're going to go back and do it a different way to try to make it look better, to hurry up and cover up what you did and put that back out there so nobody sees it real quick. You know what I'm saying? I think that may have been done here. I think mistakes were made in a lot of different ways. I know the crime scene was never secure, in my opinion. That's a bad problem. Not to mention other things. And I think that the mistakes that were made had to be fixed. And I also think that there was
What mistakes?
A hurry at the very beginning, the whole beginning of it. The way that the scene was handled in the beginning, I think was probably done the wrong way, that there were people inside the house that should have never been there. The scene was never secured correctly at first, in my opinion. Those mistakes and stuff like that. And I think that may have been what screwed everything up, per se. You have how many people that are up here and involved in this person at the beginning, and then you don't get the lead detective there till 4:00 in the afternoon. And how many things have been in and out of that house from that time and then the coroner shows up, or what I can't remember what name she goes by. Coroner Emmy, whatever. She doesn't show up till 5 o'clock in the afternoon. There's how many people in and out of the house at that time? I just feel like there had to have been mistakes made, possibly. I can't imagine. It just doesn't make sense to me, you guys, unless there's one or two people involved in one of these agencies, but I can't figure a motive for this. I can't. And why this one person, if that's what you're doing? It just doesn't, I can't process it. That's all. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, let's take a left turn real quick on that thought. And let me ask you, kind of put you on the spot here a little bit, but concerning JFK, do you think then it's a single bullet? Because the conspiracy would be way too big, right?
No, in that situation, no, of course not. I have my thoughts on that situation, and I definitely do not believe what they've told us is true. Okay, but that's a whole different situation with that, in my opinion. But I know what you're saying. Okay, but think about that though. We have Moscow PD, we have the Idaho State Police, we have the FBI, we have the county, I believe. They're all involved in a job to frame one person for this. I can't.
What's more likely? They're all involved to frame one person, or they're all in unison on covering up a mistake. And if that mistake gets uncovered, or if any one of them turns on the other, then they would be exposed. Like, say you're in the middle of the chain of command, so to speak. Say you're a captain, right?
Yeah.
And your junior, someone beneath you, says, I interviewed, DM here, and she's stonewalling me. She's giving me like 10 excuses. She's obviously, not being cooperative here. And you say, well, let's roll with it anyway. Let's just work with it. I'm going to bring it to the prosecutor and try to persuade him to be on board with it. He's going to have to take this into the trial. Usually prosecutors like to have something that's airtight. Otherwise, they're going to look foolish if they come in unprepared. So let me see what I can do and twist his arm and to get him to stick his neck out like that.
Right.
That doesn't make any sense. Now, this has to be said. The government has and does create problems or situations, a dilemma, whatever. We won't go into all the times it's been done to us in the past. There's no point going there.
Right.
But they create a narrative, and then they fund the mainstream media through various seemingly untraceable ways, sly methods to fund this story that the media is going to tell in order to back it up. It's called a psyop.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's brand new information to any of you, but that's the truth. That is reality.
No, that does happen. And I've seen that. We've seen that. It's been put out to the whole world before, and it's been proven. So yeah, that's true. That is true. They're paid to follow a narrative. It's all about politics in that sense. Some senses, yes, I agree.
So in the very early going, I said this thing is political. It would have to be. This is covering something up. And it has to be covered up at all costs.
Agreed. It could be. Very well could be that. Now, that's a whole different... The way some people are presenting this is that this is 100%... Hey, Cockney, good to see you. A frame job. They picked and found this guy. He's not even from there. He's from out of town. They framed him for a quadruple murder. They did this, they did that, and everything else, just so everything would point to him specifically. And hold on a minute. Sorry, my granddaughter got a little excited. Hello, Truth Exposed, welcome. Anyway, so they in turn went through all of this to make sure that all of this information points directly to this one guy. Okay, how did they find him? There's that one. That's the main question. How did they get to him? Out of all people that it could have been, and I'm not saying, you guys, that I don't believe this. Okay, I'm in the middle. How did they get to him specifically? Why did they do this? And Eddie's right. If it's a mistake that needed to be covered up, what was that mistake? Why? How did that happen? And it could be, guys. It could be, and he's right about another thing. Our government has done some stuff. I'll put it that way. Okay. They've covered up some things. They've hidden some things. They've done things to change some things around to fit to their narratives and so on and so forth. I will say that much, yes. But that's a lot to come down and break down and figure out how, what, why, and who all is involved and all that. I don't know. I don't know.
Remember early on, I said, I used these exact phrase. I said, Bill Thompson is not digging this.
Yeah, you did tell me that. I remember that.
And of course, what I meant by that is he's doing his part. You know, for example, in order to do this, a dude in the FBI can't, like, you know, when they did the change of venue and now it's going to be in Ada County.
Yeah.
The players cannot be FBI. It's like, well, there's going to be no judge. It's going to be an FBI dude that's going to be the judge. I mean, that's not going to work. There has to be legitimate actors, right?
Yes.
What explains to you when, before we even met him, the moment we met him, Judge Hippler said, I would like to say I'm happy to be here, but why start with an untruth? I mean, what would compel him to even start like that?
Right.
Well, if you had known what happened in his life prior to saying that, which we never will, but in my mind's eye, there was a briefing that he had with somebody, and he has to do his part.
Yeah, I gotcha. I understand. I just can't.
In pain, you know, for us to say, oh, he's got a terrible memory. Gosh, if only he had a better memory. What a silly goose.
No, that
we're the ones being silly.
Yeah, with that aspect, you know that he didn't answer those questions because he never planned on that, and I understand that. I do.
Yep.
I do.
And how foolish we're making ourselves when we say, gosh, if Brian Enton, Ashley, you know, you name the mainstream media personality, but, you know, fill in the blank right there. But if only they knew the case better, they wouldn't talk like that. These are very smart people that we're dealing with, and they know the case very well. They're deliberately talking like that.
What kind of I get it, but I do. I agree with you on some of the instances of what you're saying. You know that. And I just cannot seem to find. Hold on one second.
So, guys, if I disappear forever, you know what happened. The FBI came and got me because I'm enlightening you all today. Wow. I'm telling you all what's going on. That's why I've been so fearful of speaking in the past, because it's like, what do you say or don't say when you know?
Right.
So they're really gonna be upset with me today. So.
Well, I doubt it. I doubt it. You know how many people a day say the same things? You know what I mean? It's okay. You're all right. You're not gonna be any different. But the thing is all I'm trying to figure out. I'm not saying that you're wrong, and I'm not saying that I'm not on board with what you're saying. What I'm saying is I can't figure out, other than, okay, here's where I think mistakes were made too. There was a rush put on this. We've all said that. I feel this way. You don't have to agree with me, nobody, okay? But I feel that the university, the town, the people, the families of the children that go, or the kids, they're adults now, but the kids that, I'll just say kids that go to the university, there was a rush put on this and a lot of pressure put on law enforcement to arrest somebody now, which there should be, of course. And also, and I've said this before, that town runs by the university, that it funds the town, period. If the university doesn't exist and it doesn't have the funds that it should be producing, the people there to go into the town, to go to the grocery stores, to go to the restaurants, to use the gas stations, all that kind of stuff, they're not surviving at the level they should be, in my opinion, of course. So if people all decide that, this is horrible, which it is, 4 amazing Idaho students lost their lives, and you have no idea who did it, which means that person is still traversing around the campus. I'm a parent too. I would be nervous about sending my child back there. That's a lot of income to lose, possibly, within the campus and then the city. So that, in turn, in my opinion, it puts pressure on law enforcement to get somebody now. I think there were missteps made because of that within that. Okay. I think that they did build that tree. I think that they built a case and then arrested and then investigated, if that makes sense. Does everybody know what I mean by that? I think they arrested a suspect and then investigated the situation after the fact, in a sense, to ensure. I think they thought, this is in the bag. We got this. This is that, so on and so forth. Boom, boom, boom. And then it turned out that maybe it wasn't so clean cut and dry, and it's not so much in the bag. And now what? I think those are the mistakes that were made, that were being covered up, per se. And in turn, now it's coming out after the fact. Now, with that being said, okay, that still takes you back to, how did they get to him? Why did they go to him? That's the question of the year. Okay. And that is what I have been questioning myself. Absolutely. And do I think that I still think that there could possibly be more than just one person involved in this, but that's just me. And I'm not saying in the house, didn't have to be more than one person in the house, but there could have been other people outside, whatever. Okay. Or just another person involved, per se. I don't know. I just have always felt that there was possibly more than one person. So that's that. But I just feel like, first off, there was no other arrests made. There's been nobody else arrested in this 2 and whatever years it's been. In my opinion, or what I've seen, nobody else looked at or talked about that we've seen or heard of. They may have done it on their side of things without, of course, putting anything out. But they're stuck on him. I don't understand how or why, though. That's my big argument with all of this, you guys. They have, and it's been proven already, they don't have any information. They don't have any piece of evidence. They have one piece of evidence that points to Brian Koberger. One. And that's stupid sheath. That's it. They have nothing else. Go ahead. Sorry.
Your point you're making there about they don't have anybody else, that's a point in favor of being framed.
No, I understand. I do.
You can't, throughout history, it's always got to be a lone perpetrator. That's the only way of framing works.
That is true. That is true. And I get it. I do. That's why I said I'm not off the same page as you already. I'm just trying to make it make sense if that's what happened. Do you know what I mean by that? If that's what happened, if what this is, I'm trying to process that and make myself understand how or the big part, why? Okay, that's what I'm trying to come to a conclusion of, and I can't. I probably won't ever until this trial, and even then, who knows? But I just I don't know. I just don't know. I
You
don't
remember long
understand
ago
it.
when Jesse came on your panel and he had 10 misconceptions that he shared with us?
Yes.
I've to elaborate on the point that we're discussing right now. I have 6 points that someone would have to believe. If they're of the opinion that this was like a tunnel vision situation, or a sloppy or a hasty police work, incompetence, rush to arrest, botched investigation, whatever you want to label it as.
Yeah.
Because this brings us to whether it's intentional or unintentional.
Right.
So if this was like a rush to arrest, the first thing you'd have to believe, and this is not a comprehensive list. I mean, there might be someone else could maybe add to this list, something that I haven't considered yet. But the first thing would be that you'd almost have to believe that the sheath is a genuine component to the crime scene with his DNA on it.
Mm-hmm.
So, in other words, the investigators came across it without yet knowing any details about it, like whose DNA is on it, if it contains any DNA at all. If it's a false lead deliberately left there. I mean, how many times have we seen the old cigarette butt trick in movies or whatever, where the real bad person leaves something with a clue to someone else so that it misdirects the investigation, right?
Yeah.
Now, you wouldn't have to be a Sherlock Holmes detective to know that if you come across something, you don't just take it at face value. But note that they did in this case.
Yep.
So the second thing you'd have to believe is that they all believe that cutting corners and breaking protocols and doing a hasty investigation will produce quicker results than doing the investigation in the usual procedural way. Well, but quicker by how much? Like a day, a week, a month? How would they be able to predict that initially? And more importantly, they'd have to all be in on it. And I spoke of that just moments ago. You know, this chain of command, right? If one of your superiors or juniors comes to you with this ridiculous notion, you'll probably tell him that he's being ridiculous. No, thank you, right?
Right.
So the third point that you'd probably have to believe is that because the college is the financial heartbeat of the town, and a quicker arrest is of utmost importance, investigators and everybody else, mind you, believe that is how people think and reason. Using that logic, for example, like parents would say, we're not letting our daughter enroll in that university because there is a reported sexual assault. I mean, that sounds ridiculous. Nobody functions like that. So that's akin to running your life like trying to dodge raindrops. It's a compelling argument, but it just ultimately fails.
Makes sense.
You know, a lot of people just have this "it's never going to happen to me" mindset.
Oh, yeah.
You know, do people really stop flying on airplanes post 9/11? And one would argue, well, they made it more secure afterwards. People have to fly on airplanes. Well, people have to go to college.
Yeah.
And they did make it safer here on campus. There's online lectures, there's safe walk, there's stepped up police presence, etc. So
that's true.
Brings us to point number 4.
Yes, sir.
You'd have to overlook or not see that it was in effect immediately, like even before the first press conference.
Right.
You know, the information during that was deliberately vague. That suggests that someone knew some critical information immediately. They knew who the real perpetrators were, or the motive, or both. So number 5, I think you'd have to believe Dylan's statement in the PCA is her statement, and law enforcement also believe it is her statement and don't feel anything suspicious about it.
Yeah, see, that's where you're losing me. I never could.
That's how they're behaving, and that's how, you know, if the court record is our source for true information in the case, that is how they're behaving. That is how the prosecution and the state is going with it.
Right. Now, let me go. Okay. Oh, wait. I want you to finish first because I don't want to interrupt what you're doing. So
point number 6, you'd have to overlook the real possibility that if this was done to make the community feel safe, so college enrollment doesn't suffer, you must also understand that by performing it in this way, investigators must also be aware that the real perpetrators, who they're too lazy to pursue in earnest, could strike again, which would undermine their efforts, number 1. And number 2, expose them for their incompetence.
Okay. Yeah. Absolutely.
This is a collaboration by all. For some reason.
Let's go with what you're saying, Eddie. What's the gain at the end of that? What would be what is gained at the end of all this?
High corruption.
In your opinion, I'm sorry.
It's more sinister than this has to be covered up at all costs. It's just that simple. Whatever, we can't know what the motive is.
Okay. I understand that. What are my thoughts on the DNA? Why no for cert for all the DNA not being examined? I have huge questions about that. Whether it be laziness, whether it be no. I mean, even let's go back to the why, like Tomboy said this the other day, they stopped. When they hit the name, they stopped. That was it. They were done. They found the name, whatever she said. They when they got to the person that they needed it to be, that was it. They stopped. And I have to say, he's been excluded from that. So that's, I don't know. Why are they doing that? Maybe Eddie's right. Maybe there's something, but what is so big that takes that they're doing all of this? That's where I've run into a wall with this. And like I said, I'm on the fence with this, but I lean more towards the side that he didn't do this, guys. I have, okay? And even more now, since this has all come out, I have a lot more questions that weren't answered, that I'm leaning towards the side that he's innocent of this, okay? So don't get me wrong here. When I'm just questioning these things because I want to understand this. I want to understand how.
Where are you going?
Huh? What'd you say?
Sorry. I was talking to the dog. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm like, I ain't going nowhere. I'm right here. So that's where I've been with this whole time, is I'm trying to figure out, because what I see is not right. And that's why I said I'm partially with you on this, and I have been. But what I can't understand is how and or why. Maybe not so much how, but why. And what is so important. And like you just said, it has to be. It can't not happen, okay? And I remember what you said about Bill way like a long time back, okay? how he's not on board, really kind of on board with this whole thing. And that's kind of stuck with me too, Ed. I'll tell you that much. Watching his actions, the way he has kind of retreated a bit with this, a little, him personally, not the team, but him personally. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I know.
And it's made me, and you know what I mean by that. You know what I'm talking about, because I think we've talked about it a little bit before.
He's been put in an uncomfortable situation, and it shows. And if you look at, and I'm sure Ashley Jennings, as fun as it is to pick on her, I'm sure she's a decent litigator, but you know, if you don't have the truth on your side, you're going to struggle up there.
Yeah. Yes. And if you've noticed, the prosecution has been, and I'm sure people will argue with this with me, but I believe they're getting a bit nervous, guys. Okay. Because all these things are being unsealed. They don't like this, in my opinion. They're not comfortable with this, in my opinion. Well, there's a reason for that. It's starting to tell another story. You know, everything was good and dandy, and there was a lot of people that looked at this and said, Koberger, we're solid on this 100%, and that's great. And here's the thing with this whole thing. This all goes back to one thing. One major thing before I go any further with this. I want to clarify something. This is about getting justice for these 4 kids, period. That's all there is to this. And everybody in here, I'm hoping, like I said before, should be here for that same reason, of course. I think that's why we're all about this and have been for the whole thing. So it's justice for Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan, nothing else. But at the same time, like I said, the police, and I know I'm all over the place with this because I have ADHD and I'm listening to everything and I'm watching things and I'm trying to process things. So bear with me. From the beginning, this has been about getting justice for Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Nathan. End of story. And their families, because they no longer are able to voice their feelings, their position in things, but their families are here and their families deserve that justice because they no longer have them in their lives. That's a horrible thing. So that being said, okay, coming back to this side of this, now we have another person, and this is something, I'm not a pro-burger or a co-burger lover, all the immature terms that have been thrown at me because of the way that I look at certain things. I'm not. I want the person that killed these 4 kids to go and be punished at the fullest extent of the law, as they should, period. My problem is, and I'm just trying to clarify some things. They have not made me believe that this is the person in custody is the person that did it. And I don't think they're going to be able to. They haven't presented anything. And even when the trial hits, okay, everybody says, wait for the trial. They're going to come with this and with that. I don't believe that anymore. Maybe for a while did I believe that the prosecution was going to come out and boom, there it is. All right, you got me. Thank you for finally making me understand, making me see, making me believe. That's what I've been waiting on. I believed that for a while, that was coming. I don't believe that anymore. Everything that has been thrown at us to make us see or make us to want to believe that Brian did this has been thrown out. Everything. Can anybody argue? Am I wrong or am I right? We have one piece of evidence that is holding this man responsible for this crime. And it's a knife sheath that has not even a droplet of DNA on it. That's all that it is. Granted, it's his DNA, and granted, it was at the scene. That's why we're sitting here having this conversation, because of those 2 facts. At least that's what we're told, that's his DNA and that it was found at the scene. I wasn't there. Eddie wasn't there. Mama Bear wasn't there. Rolo and SRB and Truth Seeker and Paco and Karen and Bix, none of them were there. We never saw that. We never saw that sheath tucked underneath Maddie's leg and the comforter, as we were told, or wherever it was. We never saw the body cam footage proving, which I know it's not our business to see that before that comes back at me. I understand. I'm just trying to make a point with what I'm saying. None of us got to see that. We were told that. It was written in a document that has been pretty much taken apart by, in pieces. But still, that's what we were told. And we were told that this is what you're supposed to believe. Because this comes from the judicial system and law enforcement who support we the people. And that's what we're supposed to believe. A lot of us do because we're supposed to believe. We're also supposed to believe that the person that's in custody is the person that did this and committed this crime because they were arrested, and only because they were arrested by our law enforcement. That's what makes us, that's what we're told, that we have to believe that because of that. But why? People make mistakes every day. Law enforcement makes mistakes every day. EMS makes mistakes every day. Firefighters make mistakes. The mailman makes mistakes. Cooks in restaurants make mistakes. Doctors make mistakes, for Christ's sakes. Nurses do. People make mistakes. We're human beings. Things happen. Whether it was purposely made, a mistake that was made on accident or purposely, it still happens. People do things the wrong way. So because a man that was wearing a badge that took an oath to protect and serve that area arrested this man, and I'm just making this a generalized statement, so don't go critical on me and break it down to he was arrested in PA and all that. What I'm saying, because of that, we're just supposed to say, okay, that's him, and move along and not look at it, not ask questions, not wonder why in the hell this makes no sense to anybody, why this looks all crazy and weird over here, why this has changed, why that has changed, why that has changed, why we were told, well, his phone was turned off, it pinged here, 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 and here, he was stalking them, this and everything, and all that's gone now. And we're still supposed to believe that he did this without any other burden of proof to say that it was truly him. That's what I don't understand.
Let me add this to that. So we're led to believe that the first time Payne and law enforcement learned Brian Koberger's name is on the 19th of December. And that is through a tip.
Okay. Wait. Back up and repeat that, bud. You cut up at the very middle for me.
Okay. Payne testified that law enforcement did not know of Brian Koberger's name prior to receiving the FBI tip on December 19th.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. And the purpose of the IGG was to investigate a criminal case. Without the IGG, this case would never have been brought against Brian Koberger. Okay. But in a document, defendant's objection to state's motion for protective order, which is dated June 22nd, 2023. On page 2, it states that by December 17th, 2022, lab analysts were aware of 2 males' DNAs.
Okay.
So when Payne testified that they weren't aware of his name until the 19th, and these other 2 males, they weren't investigating it because they're already investigating, the touch DNA and the snap.
Mm-hmm.
Well, again, that date is December 17th. So it's pretty much established that law enforcement was aware prior to December 19th. So how does that change everyone's thought process?
Right.
Because if it wasn't through this FBI tip that they were on to Brian Koberger, then A, how much earlier, and B, what is the real way that they got onto him? Which, by the way, they're not going to give that up.
Mm-hmm. Of
Now,
course.
maybe,
No, I agree.
Maybe the defense knows, and maybe they'll make a case and ask those questions at trial. Who knows? But the state ain't giving that up for whatever reason. Probably because it'll speak of the motive.
Hold
my
on a minute.
opinion.
Yeah, no. Keep going, bud. Sorry.
And remember, in the first 48 hours documentary hit piece that CBS News had that we all kind of watched and then did a, open panel and reaction to the following day. Remember that? 48 hours documentary. Okay.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do,
yeah,
sir. Yes, I do.
It stated that in mid-December, the Elantra was tracked for several days by the FBI using easy pass monitoring, fixed-wing aircraft, and ground support. Now, that's not useful as a case fact, but it's very interesting, isn't it? But this is a fact. This here is a fact, though.
Right.
November 26th, the FBI expands the date range of the Elantra. That is a case fact. So, what does it mean? Who knows what it means, but putting it out there.
I understand. Mark says, so why do you guys think he's being railroaded? Is it to just quickly solve the crime or to cover something else up? That's what my struggle is, Mark. That's where I struggle wholeheartedly. It's trying to understand that. Is it either or? Is it both? Is it that's what I can't get like through my head. Like what could it be that makes this happen? And I appreciate what you just said, Eddie. Appreciate you putting that out like that. What do you think, Eddie? Let me ask you a question. This is just everything we talk about in here, guys, is purely alleged, absolutely speculation. With this case right now, absolute speculative theory. That's all it is, 100%. Just so that's known. But like, just out of for shits and giggles, what do you think it could be? What is your theory, maybe, per se? And I don't want to. If I see anybody saying anything negative towards him, I'm gonna blast you out the window like a rocket. That's all I'm saying. No disrespect to guys. I'm just saying, like, this is why I asked this question. So, what is your thought, bud?
I've always wondered why. Is it just as simple as this? That it's just his day to have an unlucky life. He was out driving for whatever reason. We don't know yet. And he just was ensnared by this situation somehow, and he was the easiest one to put it on. Or does he, like all patsies typically end up, their fate is usually
right. Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yeah, they can't speak,
Exactly.
Dead men tell no tales. Does he know something? And they got to bury him so that whatever he knows, I don't know. I've struggled with that question.
Yep.
And I've come to be okay with, number one, we'll never know who did this. Those DNAs, those missing DNAs are just forever gone. Okay, those unknown males. There's only one thing that explains why you wouldn't run those through CODIS or, test them. And that is, to me, obvious, because you already know who those people are. And the public can't know who those people are, because that's going to reveal everything that they don't want revealed.
Absolutely. So I was informed that the full 911 call has been released and played, and that it is the actual 911 call. Hey, Lance, we were just talking about you today. Wonderful to see you. I'm looking back at the chat, you guys. I'm trying to follow you in while I was reading some stuff too. I'm sorry. I'm trying. What did you say, Stormy? Do you want it? Do you want it? Do you want it? Do you want? I mean, who's putting it out? That's what my question is. I know that Daniel put it out. Has it been put out by anybody else or anything else? Any news sources? Anything? and anybody whatsoever. And Corey says you're right, Eddie. And like I said, I follow you with a lot of what you're saying in some senses, bud. 100%. To certain aspects, I do. Thank you, Stormy. Okay.
Even if it was put out, it would have to be put out by all the channels, not just a select, couple.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Where this came from a news source, North Stormy?
11:55 a.m.
It did. Okay. Well, I'll hear. Is this the whole call, Stormy? And this is like actual scenario? Yeah, this is the whole thing. This is 4 minutes and 24 seconds. All right, let's see. And this is listed under University of Idaho Murders 911 call. News Now, News 4. News Channel 4. Okay. All right, Annie. Thank you for being here, and I appreciate you again. This is what I was just sent. This is from a news channel, like I said. So let's see something here.
42 seconds, November 13, 2022.
I don't know the location of your emergency. Something is happening. Something's happening in our house.
Okay, hold on now. Let me do something real quick, just because. Give me a second here.
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
All right. Like I said, this is coming from a news source now, so that doesn't mean that it's right, real, 100%. But I'll take that over, some of the other stuff that I was told. All right. Anyway, sorry guys.
911 location of your emergency. Something is happening. Something's happening in our house. We don't know what. What is the address of the emergency? 1122. What is the rest of the address? Oh, Kings Road. Okay. And is that a house or an apartment? It's a house. Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right? I'll talk to you guys. We live at the White, so we're next to them. I need someone to repeat the address for verification. The address, 1122 King Road. And what's the phone number that you're calling from? What's your phone number? And tell me exactly what's going on. One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night, and she's not waking up. Okay. Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. Hi, and are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone, stop passing it around. Can I just tell you what happened pretty much? What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now? I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m. Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out? Yeah, I'll come. Come on, we gotta go check. But we have to. Is he passed out? What's wrong? She's not waking up. Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way. Okay, thank you. Okay, and how old is she? She's 20. 20, you said? Yes, 20. Here's one. Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people.
Okay, sorry, they just gave me the phone.
Is she breathing?
Hello?
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay.
You need to talk to them, okay? I can't talk to them. They need you to talk to them.
Hello. Okay. I've already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. Say that again? There's a police here right now. Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it. We don't have one. I think yes. Do you have a defibrillator? Yes, we have one. Are you talking to the officer? Yes. Okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you. Okay, thank you. Bye. Okay.
11:59 a.m. 49 second, November 13, 2022.
In my honest opinion, that's absolutely real. That is absolute protocol. The voice sounds right. The dispatcher, 100%. That was real, in my opinion. I have to say that. That's my feeling. People can disagree, but that was in it. And again, I can't imagine a news source is going to release something that's not. So, as much as they do put out bullshit, I'll say that much. But that sounded real to me. And the fact that she said, "Does anyone have a defibrillator?" Blah blah blah. The police got there. Everything went as protocol does for 911, guys. I've been on the other end of those calls, so I know. And that sounds real to me. And I was kind of trying to listen, and the one voice from things that we had looked at a year or so ago does remind me of Dylan's voice. I'll be honest with you. So, it's hard to kind of tell truly because she's so upset, but they definitely sound upset. Okay. Any comments, feelings, thoughts, theories, anything? Anybody? I think there was a timeline on this, and it couldn't be released until a certain timeline hit for whatever reason. Don't ask me why. That's just my thought. But go ahead, bud.
Yeah. Whatever else, wherever other source it comes from, wherever it gets, whoever gets it next through their FOIA, that's what it's going to be. This is not going to change.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it.
This is the version. There will be no other versions that are official. This is it.
Yeah, and now I will say one thing that I do have a bit of an issue with. You're telling 911 that somebody was drinking last night and is passed out. Why is that so upsetting?
Well, my first reaction must have been a couple weeks ago or more already, but when I was on your panel, the first thing I said is that she's being coached. These statements seem... Well, there was one something that was said in there. I'm trying to find it, but it's almost like they're hearing someone else trying to someone on the side, like trying to remember to say this, right?
Mm-hmm.
When she's trying to interject what happened.
Yeah. Well, we know at one point the neighbor popped on the line and said, "I am the neighbor," and she was talking calm and cool, like okay, she could talk, and that's probably my guess as to why they put her on the phone. And then well, again at the beginning you hear the whole "please don't this." I don't understand that either. And the I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I have questions, but that whole "I saw a man leaving their house last night that was a neighbor," I don't know. I don't know what to think at this point now. The neighbor is Emily. I don't think anyone went into the room yet. Meaning, yeah. Well, you could hear the difference, and you could hear the what I believe is Hunter. He's what's the word I'm looking for? He's kind of like exasperated. You can hear it in his voice as he's talking, for lack of better terms.
Someone was having difficulty breathing. That were so excited.
That I think that was him. It sounded like a male voice.
Yeah, he couldn't catch his breath.
Catch his breath. Maybe hyperventilating, possibly, or something like that. Yeah. And I see you guys are. Thank you, SRB. You guys are talking about the door being open and closed and so on and so forth. Yeah, that did seem true. Trauma, in my opinion. I agree.
They're reacting in real life to something different than what they're trying to portray it as.
Say that again.
So in real life, whatever they're doing in real life and what they've witnessed is different than what they are trying to broadcast it out there as.
Gotcha. Now, do you think that at this point that they're seeing the blood from the scene? Because there's no talk of that on the call.
So, yeah, like had they already seen it?
Well, they're saying
that kind of goes to what I just said. They know something more than, I mean, you don't.
Then what's being
you don't have difficulty catching your breath like that, and see, that's like a genuine portion of the reaction is
because they're not. Yeah, if it was somebody
someone passed out drunk, that's not how you.
Yes,
right?
I see what you're saying. Somebody that was like just passed out. You're not going to have a hyperventilator or something like that. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be something more traumatic that's going to cause you to go into that mode. Yes, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's acting going on. I hate to say it that way. Now, here's where we have to be careful, where we ensure that we're not the ones putting out misinformation, is putting labels like, the way the court has done it in the transcript is we can't ascribe names to like this man one or woman one. We can't go that far and assume who these people are, because we don't know. Now, if they get up on the stand and they testify to, and claim that was them, well,
that was me. Yeah, right. You're right.
Whether they were or not, that's going to be their official position on it, as far as that goes. But
that's when that will be verified, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree with you too.
What we believe up till that time, we got to be better than that. We can't just, the fact that Ashley Banfield is putting names on this thing and putting it out there like that is.
I understand. Yeah, I agree.
That's reckless.
I do agree. Now the document we got from the courts had initials. We know what initials stand for certain people. And I'll say this much. My opinion is I heard true trauma. I guess I'm not thinking of the right words right now, you guys. You know what I'm trying to say though, Eddie, I think, and Mama Bear, I think. Like I'm trying to the truth of the what they were in, some, like Eddie said, they were having whoever was having a moment of trauma, for lack of better terms again, and we're reacting to that. What it was for sure. What they were talking about, I think, was less than what they were actually interacting with. There we go. That's what I'm trying to say. What they were reiterating to the operator was more than what they were telling her. They were seeing more than they were telling her. Sorry, that's what I was trying to say. And I definitely truly feel that in my opinion, trauma there. Now, mind you, these are young kids, early 20s, 19-year-old, whatever, so on and so forth, and. Most people and kids that age, most have never experienced a situation like this would be. That in itself could be traumatizing. Okay. Even if it was in their mind, just somebody that was passed out per se, that's still traumatizing to some people that have never seen something like that. Not to say that they haven't. I'm just saying it could be. Absolutely, James. Nobody's going to get knocked out of here for speaking their thoughts. That period. There's a lot of people that aren't going to believe this, I already know. There's a lot of people that are going to say that this was acting. There's a lot of people that are going to say that this was faked, that this is the real call, but the people were faking the reactions, all that kind of stuff. That's what I mean. I don't know that I believe that. Okay. I don't know that I believe any of that. That sounded real to me, and that's just my opinion. But no, I'm not always right, you guys. Okay. And I don't expect everybody to go, you're right, you're right. No, not at all. That would make things very boring.
It's not in anyone's nature to falsify.
Right.
If they're all in the same vicinity, they probably touch each other if they extended their arms.
Mm-hmm.
So they're all on the same sheet of music, so to speak. They're all involved in doing this.
Yes. Yeah.
That is inconsistent with a genuine reaction. People just don't behave that way. So what is compelling them to do that?
Well,
like I said, their story seems contrived, and they've been coached to do this. But the real reaction is an undertone throughout this whole thing. The way his shortness of breath and having a very erratic pulse in respiration, and the females you can hear are genuinely sobbing.
Yes, and
that is consistent with reality. But if they have been made to come across on the 911 call differently, there was a lot of time in order to do that. Who were they interacting with prior to this 911 call?
Well, based on the information we got, we kind of know that to an extent. We know what was told to us. We don't know it all, but the one thing that did capture me the most, yeah, right. The thing that captured me the most, and I got to agree with Steve, is the male breathing. That, in my opinion, was completely and truly genuine. That's not typically something you can fake. That was fear, to me, or truly shocked. I don't know how to say what. Maybe fear. Again, I keep going back to trauma because it sounds like this person is really struggling. Okay, to gather themselves at this point. That sounded real as hell to me. Period. So,
and hopefully no one misunderstands what I'm saying. In no way am I saying that the college students or the surviving roommates or the frats, fraternities, sororities, whatever, have any involvement in this. They don't. You're not gonna okay, just a hypothetical. Let's say that the two surviving roommates did do it, and they're on this phone and they're also making whoever this male voice, they're getting him on board with it. He's not involved, but he is now, so to speak, because when the investigation begins, he's going to be associated with it like that.
Yes.
Like trying to mislead law enforcement and the state and the investigators. I mean, no way does he want to get himself involved like that. So,
right.
Yeah, none of them are involved with the crime, but they're just merely another casualty, so to speak. They're they're like Bill Thompson, and they're like the rest that are on board.
So, like a pawn per se.
They're doing their part.
Okay. I gotcha. I don't know. Like I said, as far as that goes, that was real to me. I took that as absolute fear and whatever. Whether or not they're doing it for whatever reason, they were afraid of something, and in my opinion, and definitely traumatized over something. And hyperventilating is it just, that was real. That was a real interaction period. So
Yeah, it's real from the standpoint that that's going to be the 911 call.
Such a mess. What a mess. This is so sad, all of it. Thank you, Cockney, for the $9.99 super sticker. God bless. I appreciate that. So very generous of you. We appreciate you so very much.
You should bring Dana C up on panel.
Who?
She's in your chat.
Dana C. Hold on. Oh.
Come on up. She got stuff to say.
Let me see here. Well, there's a link in there. It's pinned if anybody wants to join. Oh, she disagrees with you. I see it.
I'd love to hear it.
I mean, I think some people may take what you're saying as, because the way you're saying, they're doing their part. Okay, meaning they're playing a part in this whole situation, and it's not a true situation. And that's how I'm sure some people are taking this. What your opinion, I should say, is.
Well, it's either that. What are the choices? It's either that, or we believe that the roommates and everyone else involved over there at that location believes that there's a drunk person that's not waking up.
Well, I've thought about that too. That if you can't see what the scene should look like based on what we know about what happened that day, that night, that morning, it should be a lot messier than it is. Than what is being. It's not described in the call. That's a problem. And I would imagine if I came on a scene, knowing what we know happened to them, let me put it that way, you should be seeing blood everywhere. You should be seeing stab wounds, cut marks, all sorts of that stuff, okay? It doesn't sound to me like that is being reiterated to the 911 call, through the 911 call. All we're hearing is that this person was drinking last night, passed out, and they're not waking up. I'm a little confused about that part. Why are they not saying that I think she was stabbed or cut? She's cut. She's bleeding. None of that was said. That's weird to me. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. I'm just saying that's very strange. I've heard many of these calls where they're saying, we've heard them on here. I just came home and my wife has been stabbed to death, or my girlfriend was stabbed to death. There's blood everywhere. We hear those things in these 911 calls we listen to sometimes. Why is that not being put out there? Why aren't they saying? They're just saying that she passed out and she won't wake up. That's what I'm not understanding with this whole portion of this. Am I wrong to be asking on that? Anybody?
It's never wrong to ask questions.
No, I agree. That's why we do this.
And it is common to get attacked for not believing the narrative.
Well, that I know too. Yes.
I've cited in the past this case, Sherry Papini. For those unfamiliar, in 2016 there was a housewife who went jogging one morning and disappeared in early November, and she wasn't seen again, but she resurfaced about a month later. It was on Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Yep.
And she lost a lot of weight. Her hair was cut. Her abductors branded her, and they buffeted her they gave her a black eye or whatever, broke her nose.
Right.
And she absolutely stonewalled, so to speak, the FBI who were investigating this. Who took you? Who were they? Well, I didn't see them. They put a bag on my head. Well, the entire time? What about when you were running? You saw something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. When I didn't have a bag on my head, they had bags on their head. I was running along and stopped their vehicle, and they come out of the vehicle with bags on their head. So I didn't see them then either. So it's like I put on my social media account, something to the effect of she's not telling the whole story.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Of course, get absolutely attacked, right? And I think it was about 4 years later or better where the truth finally came out. And she absolutely did have involvement and was covering it up. And, here's another Judge Judaism. If it doesn't make sense, it isn't true. I mean, let that be your guiding principle. Life is not more complicated than that.
Mm-hmm.
If these mainstream media types were doing what they're doing in front of Judge Judy, she would excoriate them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Judge Judy is not a fool.
She
can see right through the charade that's going on here. And just because I can, don't attack me. And it might be 4 years before I'm vindicated after this one. Who knows? Hopefully less this time. But by the way, all those people that wanted to on my Facebook comment and tear me down, they were nowhere to be found 4 years later when the truth came out. Imagine that.
Yeah, that's unfortunately, but that's how that works sometimes.
That's how that works. Yep.
Yeah, that is exactly how that works. Sadly, sometimes. I don't know, Tomboy. That one sounded real to me, and it was put out by News Channel 4. So, I mean, I don't know. It definitely has the right protocols in it. The open and close from the dispatcher is all real. I mean, that's the exact protocol for that kind of stuff. Everything sounded right. So here's my question, though. If we were told that this was under seal, how is this out now? Is that what that is, Tomboy? KXLY? Is that the name of the station? In Spokane. Design Rhythm. Hello and welcome. Yes, okay, thank you. Let me see something real quick, you guys. I'm gonna try to pull something up real fast and see what happened. What'd you say that was? Okay.
Going to continue up to 20 in
61% of Americans and all.
Everybody yell.
Use your kids. Just Joe Lenardi has Gonzaga as a 7 seed, starting the tournament.
Okay, 1 minute here. Let me check something out real quick for you guys. KXLY. Oh yeah, it's right on their main page. 1 minute. 1 minute here. Let me show you guys. This comes off their website, their webpage, whatever the hell you call it, their home.com site, whatever. I don't know why I can't say it. That's it there. Newly released text and 911 calls, blah, blah, blah. You can listen to the full call here. Click that. And then see if it's the same thing. Sorry, you guys. Hold on. Where did it go? 1 second. KXLY.com. Home. I go there and back up to this. Here we go.
That always connects you to the listing agent. Feels like a work of art.
Lovely. What about the app?
Uh-oh. Look what I did. It's ringing. Hello? Hello? Hello?
They can't hear you.
Hello?
Because you glued a frame over the microphone.
I think I've glued the frame over the microphone.
Ding dong.
Homes.com. We've done your homework.
11:55 a.m. 42 seconds, November 13, 2022.
911 location of your emergency.
Yep, it's the same call. It's the same one. It came off their website. So yeah, that's the full thing. 425, whole deal. I don't want to play it again because that's kind of traumatizing for some people. Same thing though. So how did they get this, and how is this okay at this point now when we were just told that this is sealed? Anybody have any ideas on that?
No, it's just, I don't know. I feel like it's, focus over here and not over there. I mean, the defense is, whenever the defense makes like a base hit or a double, triple, whatever, a home run, so to speak.
Okay.
Gotcha. Then we get this. There's this big push of ridiculousness that comes afterwards.
Yeah.
To try to diminish it or negate it.
Well, and that was going to be my next statement. Real quick, Twiz says, Dago, I believe it was Daniel that said that the FBI leaked it to the G family. The G family gave it to Daniel and Pubes, and then Jesus. Okay. And then it was deleted. I don't know who said it yet, though. I'm trying to find. Okay, bud. Thank you. So yeah, and this is what I believe is going to happen. I think Eddie's right on that aspect. Now that this is out, everybody's been asking for this forever. I truly did not believe this was going to drop until the trial, if even then. Okay. So now that this is out, what do you think is going to follow this, you guys? Truly, imagine what's going to come behind this now. There's going to be so much stuff that comes after this. It's going to be dissected, picked apart, pulled apart, chopped in half, pieces. This is this person, this. It's just going to be completely unraveled. And I do truly honestly feel that. I can say that with comfort, or not comfort, but with confidence. Sorry. Now let's go backwards a little bit. We've been looking at all this stuff that has just come out via the court documents, right? First we get the text messages dropped, and everybody reacted to that. And then, I'm not saying conveniently, but it's kind of conveniently, okay? Once those text messages come out, all the creators came out, we talked about it, we did our shows on it, we went through this, and we looked at everything and broke it all down, so on and so forth, and then, boom, here this comes a few days later. And now there's going to be more fallout, not fallout, but you know what I mean? This is going to get broke down, so on and so forth. There's Willie. Where you been, dude? I've been waiting for you all day. The link is pinned if you want to jump up here, bud. But anyway, so now this has followed what we got document wise. What happened when all those text messages were dropped, and when the documents came out with everything that we've seen? What happened with all that? Anybody?
Well, look at what's in a lot of these documents, these limines. I mean, we're talking about in the crime scene, there's male blood, unknown male, B and D in the crime scene, or just right outside of the crime scene. Now, how come the families aren't asking those questions? Like, because we're all just getting that information just recently. If that was your daughter or son that was killed, and you're just now learning that, what would your question be? Would you want to know how come you didn't do anything with those DNAs if you were the father?
Right. No. I understand what you're saying there.
But notice nobody is going into these documents and looking at all of this stuff that is relevant. This 911 call, not so much relevant.
It's not going to tell us who did it. It's not going to tell us what actually went down. No, you're right. It's not at all. But this is what everybody wanted from the beginning, and that's true. Yeah, I played it. Leslie and Billy, I played it. So there's that. Yes, she is getting big. She's really getting too big. But yeah, so welcome Design Rhythm. That's I'm with you, and that's what I think everybody has struggled with the whole time. You just can't get over the 8 hours being in the same house, and it's simply just not believable. And I'm just saying it just doesn't make any sense to do something. Okay, let me take apart something else real quick. Are you gonna come up here and join me, Willie, or no? Or do you want me to redrop this here? It might be easier to see it that way if it's all the way at the. But it was pinned, so hold on. There's the link if you want to. But here's the thing. According to what I saw, oh, there he is. Jesus. All right, hold on. Just as I spoke too soon. There you go. What's up, dude?
Yo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes, I can.
The hell's going on? I took a nap. I wake up. The hell fucking blew over.
It's gonna sounds like you're sleeping.
Yeah, just listen to the audio you played.
Right. So, where was I going?
You said that you weren't buying it.
Wait, what?
You said you weren't. I mean, the whole 8 hour thing.
Oh yeah. Right. No, I don't. I just don't. And it was brought up. Yeah, it was brought up with that whole Facebook thing I was telling you guys about in the beginning of the show. Jules put it out, was showing it, talked about it, and said, well, hold on, come on. There we go. Said that the Mr. Girl was in here. I don't know where she went. And Bonnie Bailey, welcome. Good to see you, dear.
Well, let me ask you a question. Does this match? I mean, does that audio match the couple seconds that
It does. It's just clearer and
Gotcha.
more of it. This is the whole 423.
And who put put the full thing out again?
This is KXLY News Channel 4 out of Spokane, Washington.
No shit.
Yeah. And like I said, I think this was based on a timeline. I think you had to wait.
Mm-hmm.
They had to wait till a certain time and then were able to drop it. I don't know. So what was I gonna say? It's not, Heather. It just happened to work that way. I was trying to get it to focus and I clapped and it worked. So whatever, it worked. Anyway, the where was I at? Come on, ADHD. What was I saying, you guys? Oh, the 8 hour thing. I don't buy it. Yeah, but then Jules did a video. I watched it this morning, as I told you guys in the beginning. She's talking about Olivia Gonçalves being an admin to a Facebook group that is about this. Okay, and she's listed as a group expert because she's a family member. She goes in and comes out here and she states, and I'm just going to reiterate this for other people that came in. She makes a statement and says that Brian Koberger, her words were, the way I'm reading this, the way I'm seeing this, is that Brian Koberger is absolutely not to be excluded from this DNA. That is the exact opposite of what the courts are saying. That's not good. That's misinformation. Now, in that same conversation, she says that at some point, by the way, so I can clarify this for you guys, I guess somewhere along the line, she spoke to Dylan since that stuff was put out and clarified that word that we were all arguing over, being screwed or scared, is scared. Okay.
Oh shit.
That's what she said.
I don't care what anybody says.
I understand. That it's scared and that they were terrified, so on and so forth. Well, Jules made a statement, and I had to agree with Jules. If you're so terrified, you were so scared, why didn't you call 911?
Why are you typing? Why are you texting if you're so goddamn scared? Get out of there.
That's what she said. Why didn't you run out the damn door? Why didn't you call 911? Why didn't you do something to remedy
the door? She didn't want to go out there because there was somebody out there she was scared of. I get it, but guess what else you have? A damn window, right? Or was that sealed up then? I don't know.
I agree with that whole thing. I agree. I even was talking to a couple of my mods this morning about this. I said, if you were in this house and you were that terrified, you were that scared, you were that freaked out.
Yeah.
What would you do?
I'm jumping through the window. Listen, I'm looking at a window right here. If I'm that terrified where behind me is somebody that's going to take my life, I'm jumping through this glass.
Like, how do you know they're not coming for you, Willie? How do you know that person or that situation is not coming for you?
She did. She said she was. They were terrified.
Exactly.
She said it's better than being alone, right? Come down here. Better than being alone. All right. Well, let me get the hell out of the
run down here. Yeah. They were both terrified, but
which is bad advice, by the way. If she's explained to you that she just saw somebody outside of her door, but that's just my opinion.
What'd you say? I didn't hear the first part of it.
I said that's just bad advice to tell somebody who just is telling you there's somebody outside their door they're scared of.
Well, they're young, and that's why I think she said run. Well, what good's gonna if they can chase you if you run? If you run,
so, bring them down here. That's what I would tell them. Yeah, run so they can come down and kill us both.
Right, but hold on.
Is my audio fucked?
Okay, sorry.
Is my audio all right?
Yeah, you sound good. So yeah, that was stated too. Also, it was stated that all that was said was there was no naked man. I don't know. That came part of that conversation it was had with Dylan, I guess, or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's another.
I never understood the naked man part.
I never did either.
Excuse me.
I never did. I never believed that either. Truly,
yeah.
But so there's all that, you guys. So I just don't understand. I don't understand. Twiz, you can come up here too if you need to.
I don't understand why. I'm sorry, but I just don't understand if you're truly trying to get help for somebody you think's in trouble. Why are you the first thing you say when you get on the phone with the dispatcher? You start explaining yourself twice. At 4 a.m., yada yada yada. At 4 a.m., yada yada. Why? Why are you explaining yourself instead of just trying to tell this poor lady what's going on so she can get people there to help you?
Yeah. What was the please don't stop? What was that about?
It's just like there's a bunch of things going on at once. I don't know.
Right. Okay. And then the neighbor gets on, who's very calm, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Then they go inside, and then you hear. Now, I will say the call, that part, that was real to me. That sounded real. They're not. But again, they're not talking about. All they state on this call is there's a girl passed out. She was drunk last night, and she's passed out. She's not waking up.
It's still no mention of blood, correct?
None. That's what I'm surprised about.
Especially if somebody's, what did you see?
Yeah, and I mean, like, I would have expected, oh my God, there's blood everywhere. She's cut. There's cuts here. She was stabbed, something like that. And there was
especially like if we don't know how she was. Like I try to give him the benefit of the doubt and saying, maybe she's face down. They can't see the wounds. Yeah. But
No,
8 hours of bleeding out. I'm sorry.
That could be too. That if that, no, I get what you're saying now. I didn't think of that like that. So that does make some sense too. But I don't know. I don't know, you guys. I'm really thrown off with this. Completely not thrown off, but I just think some of this stuff is put out conveniently at certain times. That's another thing I think too. Now that everything's being dropped and things are starting to go one direction, and everybody's kind of, and I know people are going to blow up at me with this, and that's fine. I still love you guys either way. Phantom Grower 420, welcome. Is that Mr. Girl? No. Mark and Betty, cheers, my friend. Good to see you. That's what I'm saying, Bonnie. Why didn't somebody run out the door screaming? I don't understand. I mean, fear causes people to do different things. Yes, I understand, but
you knew hours before what happened, dude.
8 hours, guys.
I'm sorry. Nobody's gonna make me believe that they didn't hear what was going on, but yet they're texting. We're so terrified. No, because they're not seeing it. They're not visually seeing what's going on. So whatever's terrifying them are sounds.
Right. Yeah.
Especially Bethany.
That you got what I almost said. I was getting ready to. I don't know who it is that's releasing it for sure. I don't want to claim that, but anytime somebody points something, as something comes out that goes towards the fact that Brian could be possibly innocent, something new comes out, and all of a sudden we're going through this again.
Yeah. Here's
I
the
mean,
thing,
it's
though, dude. I know
ironic.
it has to be. It has to be Stephen, because nobody else, nobody that is in the middle or thinks Brian is innocent got anything. Only the two people who think he's flat out guilty no matter what you tell us and have a relationship with that person got it. So, I mean, to me, that's not a coincidence. That should tell you right there.
I get it. I do. I get it.
Which, whatever. I mean, do you want to see? He already saw his face once on our presentation. I wouldn't want to see him on again, but I guess he don't care.
Brian, what do you mean it has to suck that none of you believe anything? I believe a lot of things, Brian.
But don't believe what?
I don't know what he means by that. So sometimes things don't come out completely.
Don't believe that was a natural reaction on that phone call when she hands the phone to the neighbor and the neighbor's like, "Hello."
That is a cell phone. What do you? I don't know what you mean, bud. Brian, I can't respond correctly because I don't understand quite what you're saying.
It's hard. Sometimes hard to put together, Brian, because Brian puts it in code in 5 different comments. You got to piece it together.
I'm trying, bud. I'm trying. Obviously she knew they weren't coming for her. I think if she thought they were coming, you would see. And you know what, Candy girl? There you go. That really does make some sense. Think about this. If you know that they're not going to come back for you.
Yeah.
I think if she thought they were coming for her, she would call the police. That's a good point. That's an incredibly strong statement, Candy. Think about that for a minute, you guys.
The neighbor wouldn't know shit. So let's just hand her the phone.
Yeah. I think that was out of panic, truly. That's my thought. I don't think she expected it.
Unreal.
That's what I thought, Angel. Ray. I know Brian has issues with his hands. It's okay. No, right, Twiz. I agree with that. And yeah, the neighbor had zero. They have no idea. It seems like they're very calm, cool, and collected through the whole thing.
None of you believe anything in your lives. Okay, mister, I don't believe anything the PCE says. You don't believe anything either, Brian.
Via cell phone. I don't know what that means, Brian. What do you mean via cell phone? They made a call. Of course, they made a call from the cell phone. Fettuccine. Hey, welcome. Fettuccine. YouTube has been spreading NT that is all of us. What? Brian, what are you talking about, bud?
I don't know. I tried.
No, and I understand that too, what Brian thinks is behind this, but we're not even talking about that right now. I'm not saying that's not even true, Brian. I never said that. I said it hasn't been put there yet, so we can't really go into that yet. You know what I mean? Brian said that months and years ago. I never said that couldn't be a possibility. All I said was that it has not been put out there yet. I'm not following the PCA anymore, obviously. That's what we were told and shoved down our throats to follow, but I don't follow that anymore because it's basically, in my opinion, it's weak now. It doesn't support anything anymore. Everything that was in there has been debunked, per se.
So what am I supposed to believe here? What am I supposed to believe here? That was a natural reaction 8 hours later? Is that what I'm supposed to believe? I'm confused.
No. And that's the thing. 8 hours later. I mean, I'm sure they could still be traumatized 8 hours later.
Okay.
Why didn't you do that though at 4:30 in the morning?
Yeah, after you texted your dad. After you texted everybody in the house, are you up? Please answer. Please answer. That means that you know something might be going on with it. Please answer, right?
You stressed it too and said it more than once. And you tried to call. Please answer. Why is that so? Why do you have to do that? Right.
So if I'm not answering, you're not going to come looking for me in our own house?
Right.
Okay.
Exactly. Exactly. So yes, absolutely. I agree with you on that too, Design. It does kind of resemble the John Bonet 911 call. Little bit. That's what we need to find out is what happened between 4 a.m. and 11:59, because I think it was 11:58 or 11:59 that PD arrived there.
I want to know what happened from the last text that we know of between her and Bethany, and the, hey, or please answer, hey, are you up? Hey, are you up? Because that's like a 6-hour gap.
And that's what my struggle has been with this, Willie, and everybody else, Eddie, Mama Bear, and everybody in the chat. My struggle with this whole damn case has been that from 4:20 a.m. to 11:58 a.m., 2 people sat in that house with this situation, and they just sat in their room,
knowing something went down.
I can't believe that.
Mm-hmm.
I can't.
Well,
I don't either. At least I do not believe they were sleeping. I think it's been proven that they weren't sleeping at this point. If you're talking about the victims, I don't believe any of them were sleeping, because I think they proved that. As far as the survivors, I don't think they slept either. If they were as terrified as they said, if it was that, as bad as nobody slept.
What we're going to do is go to sleep and then wake up just as terrified.
I'm tired. I'm going to go to sleep, and when I get up, I'll handle this. What? No. That doesn't work that way. And that's what I'm saying. That's why this is so. No, I can't.
Yeah, something ain't right.
Right. And then you wake up and you decide, I'm going to try to call him again. No, you didn't walk out of your room at some point and walk around the house to see if their since they're not answering.
Hold on a second. We don't even know if or when she went down to Bethany's room.
That's true.
We don't have we don't have any proof of that.
I think it was stated somewhere that at some point eventually she did do that. Remember that?
I mean, they told us a lot of stuff, but if you look at the text,
that's true. Yeah.
And why? And please answer me this: why in God's name, especially with today, when everybody, I mean, at least me, I have 15 chargers in my room. You're gonna tell me you're gonna say my phone's about to die, like you don't have a damn charger in your room?
Well, you're in your room. That's where your charger should be. Yeah.
Really?
Right. Yep. SRB said okay, but wouldn't they have phone data if they were awake and using their phones? That's my question. I'll bet that's a good point. She's got a good point, Willie. So if they were awake,
I was still in my okay.
No, you're okay. I get you. That's a huge point. If you were awake from 4 till 11:59 in the morning, your phone should show whatever usage you've been doing if you were on your phone that whole time, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That should be subpoenaed to court then as a document. They should be looking at that whole thing and saying, okay, there's a text message.
But isn't that Sai's job?
I think it is, yeah. I think that's what he does. Twiz, isn't that what he does? That's your dude.
Yeah, he's gonna do all that shit because there has to be more. They're just not putting in the paperwork.
That's a good point, SRB. I never thought of that. There should be from 4 a.m. until 11 till noon, all them hours. If they were, I know those girls didn't sit there not on their phones. Every text messages, phone call, anything that they did on that phone should be recorded, and there should be a document showing that, and that should tell you what they were doing that whole time.
Well, yeah, not just texting calls, like every action, every click, every unlock of a phone, everything.
Yeah, he said Sai has all phone data, so that's going to come out. That's going to come out, and I'm going to guess the defense is going to say, "Hey, Claire Bear." The defense is going to say, okay, well, I see that you tested this friend at 9 o'clock and this friend at 9:30, and I see that you made a phone call at 10:45 and this and that. In the meantime, why did you not call 911?
Called everybody else on your phone, but you couldn't call the authorities, huh?
That's going to get I watched a thing, I can't remember who it was, but they were saying that if and when, I think it was law and whatever that is, that law and one anyway, that when they do go to testify, it's going to be rough because they're going to destroy those two because of that thing. The defense is going to rip that apart, truly. And I know we knew that was coming. That's why I don't understand why they wouldn't just say, hey, this is what the deal is, that unless there's something to hide. That's the only other thing I can understand. Yeah, I agree with that too, Brittany. I agree with that too. Not to mention the smell of it. Yeah, we said that too, Phil. Like, guys, putrefied blood. That's bad. That's very bad. And for 8 hours, doors open or not, you're still going to smell that. And it's horrible. Okay. Doors open or closed, even if the outside doors were open to air, but no, it's still bad. I just don't believe they didn't walk out into the hallway. After nobody answered when you said, please answer, you didn't walk out and go check?
For real, it's one flight of stuff. Yeah, come on, bro.
That's what I'm saying. These things are just too unbelievable, and that's what I struggle with through this whole thing. I can't just accept that. The defense most likely won't even question them. They have no evidentiary value against him. You don't think so? I could swear that they would. That's my opinion, but that's who am I? I'll be right back, you guys.
Well, it depends who their alternate suspect is, right? So
the one that don't exist.
I'm thinking Twiz is right on that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. The defense isn't gonna. I don't know how this is gonna go.
And by now, Ann Taylor would know, whatever they've been told to say or what story they're told to go with, they're not going to break away from that.
Yeah. Yeah. So 911 call offers nothing against Brian. Nothing offers anything against Brian. Not like all this shit the state keeps putting out, checking out. Like, I just want one. I mean, at this point, I just want one thing to show us something else that they're going to try to come with at trial. But I don't get what they're going to come to the table with, dude.
Yeah, and it's like, what about this discovery that the defense still hasn't got? Like, I would want to know, where's the Monday's machine or the Red Star coffee videos? How come? How come they haven't received those?
They have stuff from all them places, the grocery store, the coffee shop. They have stuff from everywhere. So where is it? Right.
Well, I'm assuming all the stuff that shows him in a different place they don't want seen.
And
my opinion.
I think, and I agree with James with what he just said. The 911 call just creates further suspicion, makes more questions. That's truly what it does. Because here we are. Okay, we heard that. Now, why didn't you do this? I know that people get traumatized. I know that okay. Still, it just takes a second to call 911, and you could have done the same thing you just did there earlier on in the night before you know what I mean? I just don't get that.
Yeah.
That's why I cannot comfortably sit here and say that I'm okay with all this. And I can't just say that's not the reason why I can't say that. Yeah, I think Brian did it, but that's part of it.
We were told a whole bunch of shit that had to make our minds believe that she was in total shock. She might not have had her phone. All this stuff that we had. We had to like trick our minds, and now we know. No, none of that's real. She had her phone. She's communicating the whole time, so she's not in that frozen shock phase where she can't communicate.
Right.
I don't want to hear she doesn't want to make noise because she's obviously trying to call people where if they answer, you're going to make noise with your mouth, right? So I'm just not buying it, dude.
I'm with you.
Unless she wasn't that scared. Now that I'll buy.
Yeah.
You go to sleep, right? You usually go to sleep like...
I don't believe anybody went to sleep. I just don't.
I'm just saying that when you go to sleep, you're pretty vulnerable. So like for both of you to go to sleep and not one of you to like, you guys go back and forth and like when you watch, when you sleep, if you need to sleep that bad, you both are just knocked out. No.
And that's what I'm saying, right? That's the reason why I don't believe that they slept, because if you're that scared, that frightened, you're not going to go to sleep out of fear of being attacked possibly in your sleep or somebody coming back or something like that. No, I don't believe that. So that's why I've never believed that.
Yeah.
Thank you, SRB. Well, you missed most of the show, Willie. Shit.
I know.
That's okay. That's okay.
I'm expecting shit to come out.
We just kind of broke down some stuff. Looked at some of the documents. Eddie explained some things from his side of what he looks at, how he looks at things. A couple other people did, but not really up here. Nobody would come up here. Welcome, Tommy G. Good to see you. We're from Ohio too.
Shut your mouth, you know.
Oh crap, you guys are at 4 hours. Yeah, we're about to have to be done here. It's been 4 hours. I just realized that, but still, well, there's the 911 call, you guys, and I'm sure, like I said, it's gonna get broke down. And of course, we'll be back here doing this again because there's more. From my understanding, there's more documents coming, and there should be. I just have my questions as to truly. I'm sorry, Angel. I didn't see you before, and I apologize. With what Jules put out, and I watched this morning, that was pretty compelling to me. She's right, you know, in a lot of ways, she's right. And why do we have? And again, I'm not bashing family here when I'm saying this, but why do we have a family member coming out and putting out misinformation, opposing what is being put out by? Per se, the prosecution said this, but about the defense. You know what I mean? That shouldn't be happening. And it sure as hell looks to me like you're trying to redirect people back over here to say, hey, it's him. It's him. It's him. I don't know.
But then what? I don't know.
What are you saying?
No, I'm just thinking, like, if this 911 call doesn't like move the needle, like, why the hell you like? If it is that person, why are you sending it to creators and shit?
Well,
when it doesn't really.
Because now we heard Dylan freaking out and crying. We heard Hunter hyperventilating as he's standing there. That plays on people's emotions, Willie. Think about that. Now people are gonna go, oh my God. And I feel for them. I do. That was real to me. What they said and felt, how they sounded, that felt real to me. But I mean, think about this. It does truly look like, because people started talking about, you know, the survivors again, the girls again, and saying, hey, I have issues with this now that we've seen these text messages. This is a problem. Next thing you know, this call comes out and it's going to yank on people's heartstrings. It's definitely real, in my opinion, SRB. I don't doubt this whatsoever that it's not real. That's the problem, okay? But that's going to grab everybody that was going hard on them and say, come back over here. You need to feel what they're feeling and understand how scary this was for them and why they're and not be so mean and nasty towards them. That's what I feel like this is. It looks like that. I'm not trying to sound stupid, but I mean, come on. I feel bad for him. I do. I truly don't feel nobody should have to walk in on a situation and see this. That's traumatizing. I don't care. At my age, I've seen stuff not even remotely as bad as that I've come up on in different scenes, and it was like, whoa, okay. That's not going to go away. That's in there.
I feel worse for the victims, though.
No, of course we do. Yes, that's the whole thing. The victims, that's what this is about, is the victims. What they went through. 100% what they went through, okay? What their families are going through. All of that. This horrible. That's what this is all about. But we need to make sure that it's going the right direction, that they're doing the right thing, and the right person is convicted of this. Period. And that there's no mistakes made, you know, that these two did everything that they were supposed to do, that they could have done, all of that kind of stuff. That's all part of this, in my opinion. So,
yeah. And they literally did the opposite, but whatever.
I respect that, Tommy. I mean, a lot of people are going to feel that way, but I've seen and heard people really doing this, and that sounded real to me. So, Yvonne, or I'm sorry, LR said, now that I've heard the call, I at least feel better that there was emotion because of the text of the call was, oh yeah, no, of course, that's texting. Now, if there would have been zero emotion, that would have been a problem.
No, you gotta play the part.
Well, that's kind of what Eddie was saying, that everybody was playing their part.
I'll verbally answer Corey. So Corey asks a good question. Let me see if I can scroll back to it. At the trial, will the defense be able to prove that there was more than one intruder? And sadly, no. They will, make an argument and say that there is unknown male DNAs, but of course the state's position is that they have nothing to do with this case at all. It's kind of like he said, it's just gamemanship at that point. Hopefully the jurors have the ability to, have common sense.
No, unless the defense has another person, like a physical being, then no, that won't happen. And then the prosecution is going to play real hard to ensure that doesn't happen too, in my opinion. But like, while he says there, though, Twist says they can't prove there's only one intruder, though. So there's that too. You can look at it both directions. That's a good point.
Yeah.
What did DM do between 10:30 a.m. and when she called 911 90 minutes later? Well, she did call her father or text her father. She called Emily. So those two things happened for sure because we saw that. Besides that, she was texting back and forth with Bethany at some point. And then, I just don't know. I just don't know. Make sure, guys, that you guys, if you can, pop over to Mama Bear and hit the like button on her side. Guys, please and thank you. We're both dual streaming this together. It just takes a second to jump over, hit the like button, and share it out. And subscribe if you have not, please and thank you. She didn't call. Yeah, she called her dad. I think it was... Willie, it was like 10 something.
I think she texted him.
Or texted him. I'm sorry, not called him.
That's what I mean. When she says, when they put in there, so and so texted her or she texted so and so. Would they have one text exchange? My ass. Between her and Eric Gower, you don't think there's 5, 6, 7 messages between them? Yeah, okay.
That's another thing. Thank you for bringing that up again. I still want to know why Dylan contacted Eric Gower.
We'll find out.
I'm really curious about that too. What was the purpose behind that, and what was the outcome from that? I think that's right, Design. I think it was 11:38 or so.
Yeah. I just can't wait for the defense to put stuff out.
Take care, Rolo. Someone else on scene internet. Yeah, well, I mean, it's there, and it's not Brian. Brian has been excluded. That has been slated as fact. So Brian is not the other person that they pulled off of the nail clippings. Nothing besides what I showed today, Angel. As of not yet. There may be. Well, let me check because shit does drop all the time. So hold on. Let me look at something.
It is Friday. And it's 4:00 in Idaho. So it could be coming.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. I was just thinking about that.
I guess this means that Ethan's best friend will not be testifying that he took Ethan's pulse anymore.
Hunter? Why? Okay, go ahead and explain why you think that.
Well, that would put him in direct view of, the horror.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Yes,
He even mentioned Ethan.
No.
Right. Or he didn't straighten the others out. Like, what do you guys are talking strangely. Give me that phone. someone isn't drunk and passed out. There's
blood everywhere.
There's murdered people everywhere up there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm reading a document that said on March 6th, Whatcom County reviewed the NDNA and said it was okay. Oh, okay. Thank you, Twiz. Always good to know. And Twiz said, Eddie, he opened the door.
Well, that's how the story goes anyway.
Right.
Like I said, my money's on if people did actually view Xana and there was no mention screaming of blood. Maybe she wasn't.
How can you not tell she's she's been attacked though with the wounds and the cut marks and all that? That's something else.
But that's what I mean. I have to go with what these witnesses are seeing. So then my mind goes to, I mean, how do we even know 100% for 100% fact that all these 4 victims were killed the exact same way?
Well, where
does it state that?
Well, actually, it kind of goes against that and says that all the wounds were different, Willie. In a sense, that kind of goes against that feeling. You know what I'm saying?
So there you go. If she was strangled in the hallway, right, then there wouldn't be any blood. If
that's true,
if she, I'm just throwing it out there.
I get it, but that's true.
I don't want to sound heinous, but it's just I've watched a lot of cases since this, and mostly every single 911 call, the first thing they're screaming about is the blood. Some about that blood, people seeing it makes them freak,
Right, and that's what I was saying. That's true design, because Xana specifically, it was told to us factually that she had very serious defense wounds on her hands.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't see that when you walked up on her. That's what I'm saying.
But to me, it depends on how she was positioned. I mean, you wouldn't see it if she was, say, face down, hand, like the tops of her hands face down, where you wouldn't be able to see her. You know what I mean?
Let's not forget too, though. This call started outside based on what we heard on the call.
Yeah.
And it said, we have to go. Come on, Bethany. We have to go check. We have to go check to see if they're passed out. They go inside and you hear him in there yelling for her. And then you hear the reaction. They start flipping out a little bit more. Okay.
So why? But let me ask you this: if you have to call people over to dial 911 for you and to call 911 and to take charge of this, to be honest, why are you two even getting involved at all? You couldn't call for the last freaking 8 hours, and all of a sudden you want to go inside and check this out and check that out. Sorry, dude, not fucking buying it. Excuse my language.
No. I understand where you're going with that and why. It makes sense.
No.
Those are where my questions coming into play.
Yeah. All of a sudden you care enough to want to go inside and see what's going on. But you didn't care enough when you woke up and people didn't answer, right? The same people you heard hours beforehand losing their lives. That's such a crock, man.
You know what? Yvonne just said something that somebody else said to me, and I actually had to think about that for a minute. Yvonne says those girls came back that morning right before anyone else came over. No one saw blood but Hunter J.
That's what I mean. If they left and came back, and that would explain the 8 hours, and they have some explaining to do.
And that is something that was talked about early on. What if they did hear something? The text messages between those two prompted her to run down, and they both took off and went to a friend's house next door and came back later on the next morning. Come up on
still didn't dial 911. That'd be worse, right?
Well, but when they get to the house, they don't want to go inside because they think something's in there, or they saw it when they left. There's that.
Yeah.
Okay. And didn't know what to do. And then that's when they get everybody over there with them. And then that's when they go in the house. No, they didn't, Jane. They didn't mention any blood whatsoever.
And blood has a really strong, dude. Like I could smell blood from like a long distance away.
Especially, putrid blood, especially because it has a tendency, once it sits, the longer it sits, the more it expels. It smells.
Yeah, it's like, in my opinion, it's like cat piss, right? If a cat pisses like across a whole house, I can smell that shit because I got, the nose of a hound dog. So I don't care if you're on the first floor, second floor, wherever. That house isn't insulated enough for that smell not to travel everywhere.
It's got a very strong irony type smell. It's the only way I can describe it.
Yeah.
Now, as it sits, it gets coagulates and gets older, and it gets worse. So I agree with that. And Twiz, since you real quick, dude, how many for sure towers are there? That's a question that I bounced around a few times and I couldn't remember that. Hey, Contessa, good to see you, dear. How many for sure towers were there in that area? Was it 2 or 1 or 2? I'm sorry.
Not enough. Let's just say that. Not enough.
Definitely not. Oh yeah, younger people have a stronger sense for sure of smell.
But here's the thing, dude. You better prove to me that Brian had his. And I don't just want them to say. You better prove to me that Brian had his phone in airplane mode or some kind of mode where you can't tell us where his phone is. Because if Cy is going to be able to show where all these other phones are in the house, you can't show where Brian was. Then get the hell out of here. There's a reason why.
I meant cell towers, Twiz, in that area. Sorry, I know we had talked about this before, but some people were not 100% on that.
There's only a couple.
Xana in thick black clothing, slumped in shower with running water behind locked door. Ethan behind the door, drained through the pipes to the outside. I don't know. Okay, Claire. Thank you. Lewiston Tower covers 1122. So there's just one tower, and the Blaine Tower covers 1122. There's one in Moscow that covers 1122. There you go, SRB. Thank you, Twiz. And the Lewiston Tower covers 1122. Okay. And I was asking because he's actually driven that whole thing, and he was there. So that was you got me thinking on that now, Yvonne, about the girls maybe taking off that night or early in one morning and coming back later. That could make some sense if they were actually that terrified. And then somebody said after that, why lie about it? Well, maybe they thought they were going to get in trouble too, or they were scared that they were going to get attacked possibly and didn't come back, and then that they were afraid to tell the truth that they left because they thought they'd get in trouble for it or something. I don't know.
But if you're that scared, but let me ask you this, dude. If you're that scared, you don't want help?
Of course I do.
And these kids say know that they can text 911 to fucking this emergency. They all have this stuff on their phone now where SOS signal. I mean, there's
Yes, sir. I do.
So you couldn't have been that scared because you didn't want to help. You were trying to figure it out with your girl. You guys had it under control.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you had it so under control. You took a nap for 6 hours, for Christ's sakes. This is nuts, dude.
Yes, it is.
But we have to buy this because these are two, young females that didn't know any better. Okay, whatever.
I still stick to the whole point that if it was me and you that lived there and we were the two survivors.
Oh my God, we'd be under the jail. People be going through freaking our kindergarten photos right now. So yeah, it's
if it was two males, they'd have been arrested that morning and held immediately.
And we wouldn't even be talking like this at all. We'd all be like, all right, they got their guys, let's move on.
Yes, right. There's a reason they didn't call 911 right away.
Oh, look, there's evidence to clean up. Must have been them. Oh, 8-hour delay. I wonder what they were doing. Like all this stuff that we're trying to make excuses for Dylan and Bethany for, we would just be like, man, that makes him look guilty. Man, that makes them look guilty. But here we have to play a different ball game because, I don't know why. I'm just doing it because, I guess it's the right thing to do. I really want to rip them apart, but can't do that.
Agreed. I get it. True Crime Unraveled. Hello, welcome. The one from the News Channel 4, I think it was real. Welcome, by the way. I do believe it was real. It sounded real to me. The protocol that was used from the 911 operator, that's right on point. I've heard that used. That sounds real. The tone with the operator's voice, all of that sounded real to me. So I believe it was real. I do. Maybe I was fooled. I just can't imagine that the news could put that out And if the law enforcement's going to see the news, and if the news puts that out and law enforcement sees it and it's not, they could probably get in trouble, I would imagine. So that's just my feelings on it. But yeah, I think it is real, Unraveled. Thank you for joining us, by the way.
That's what I'm saying. If they were planning on using that 911 call, not anymore.
Right.
If it's real and the defense isn't, don't worry about it.
Twin just said a few minutes ago, you guys, that he was reading a document that said, where did it go? If I can find that doc, said something about that they were going to release the 911 call. There was a document that was stated that they were going to. So that explains that.
I figure every time something gets leaked, it comes out a day or two later. So I figured it was today or Monday.
Right. And that's what I'm saying, SRB.
Oh, all right. I'm gonna hop down then to go listen to this a couple more times and see if I could enhance audio and see if I can figure out what's going on in the back, because I know people were talking in the background that I can't hear with the naked ear.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that too, and I will probably be back here. What is today?
I don't know. For Friday,
maybe Monday. Monday we'll do this again after there's been time for people to go through this and for this to be reviewed and all that, and we'll see what we can do. There'll be other stuff out. All right.
Alrighty, all
right, Willard. Thank you for joining us, brother. Have a great weekend. If I don't see you.
All right, guys. Have a good one. See you.
All right, brother. Take care.
See you guys. See you, chat.
All right. Well, yes, on March 5th, Whitcomb said something. They reviewed the non-dissemination order and released the call because the transcript was released. There you go. Thank you, sir. All right, guys. We do it on Saturdays now, Alicia, but I will be doing the creepy, unexplained, and Saturday night stuff. It's Saturdays now. Tomorrow night, I'll be doing it. I'll be here tomorrow morning for the morning show. For those of you that do that. And then tomorrow night for that other show. Other than that, guys, it's been 4.5 hours. I think we're probably in for the night on this. It's been interesting for sure. Twiz says, Dago, I have maps showing the cell towers and Payne's versus Beaky. Yeah, I've seen those once before. Thank you, sir. It's on your community post. So maybe Monday when we come back in here and cover this again, that we will go back and check those out, Twiz, if you don't mind me pulling that up and showing that for sure. And of course, you're welcome to join again too. But guys, I think that's going to do it for tonight. It was a great show again. Yes, welcome back, Alicia. It's wonderful to have you home, like I said. Mama Bear, if you're still in here, I know Mama Bear had to do something to help somebody with something, so she might not be there right now. Eddie, thank you for joining me up here, bud. I appreciate your input, your feelings, your thoughts, your opinions, and much respect to you, sir, as always. That's going to do it for today, guys. Always a pleasure, Eddie. Always. Alicia, everybody else in here, guys, thank you so much for joining us today. I'm looking forward to it. Does, Jeff, to me too. This one here, I definitely feel that it's real. Truly. The one that the news dropped, I truly feel it's real. I'm comfortable with saying that too. Like I said, the protocols are all there that the operators use. It's just it sounds like a real call to me. I've heard many of them. So yes, you're welcome. Thank you, Stormy. We appreciate you all guys so very much for tuning in. It was so much fun to have you guys. So nice to have you guys here tonight. As always, appreciate you all. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change nothing. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you all so very much, and I will see you guys very, very soon. Have a great one, guys. Bye-bye.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data facts, sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Rise, streaming loud and clear, cracking cases. fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, are streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows and moments, he won't let us fall. Bringing the truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Tangle the genuine, he'll always give it his all. Dangle's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim